dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
And action. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never.
We have reached the end of the line. For some of our teams, the future is set in stone, but for others, today's match will decide their fate. Welcome to the final day of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Yes, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. 8 teams have been fighting tooth and nail to get to this point in the competition. And only 4 can advance through to the challenge finals, and then only one of those teams will be crowned champion of the Europe and MENA region. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, and joining me here in this fantastic studio, we've got Sunny, we've got Trav, and we have Ark. Trav, I'm going to start things off with you today. Yesterday, you know, the teams at the bottom of the pack, they started to make moves. We were all pleasantly surprised. But then, for many of them, it's just not enough.
I mean, for pretty much all of them, except for maybe like Reply Totem, is just not enough, because those bottom 3, they've been pretty much removed from the competition in terms of the chances to qualify into the challenge finals, which is sad to see as they've just started performing too little too late, I feel.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, we'll be talking a little bit more about that, of course. But Sunny, today is where 2nd through 4th place, like we've just discussed, is going to be decided, right? But the real question is what hangs in the balance between VN Esporting and Reply Totem. That's almost the decider that can decide almost everyone else's fate in the leaderboard.
It really is, and I've tried to do the math, but honestly, it's so complicated. What I can know for certain and say for certain is I'm really impressed with Banks not being more out of breath after that running. And if VN Esporting wins today, they are secured for the last spot, and also Foot and Nouns are going to be cemented. So far, we only know that Humble is for sure in the finals. Everybody else is still kind of up in the hanging. Even if Totem wins today, we don't really know who's going to make it.
I know. We'll be discussing it as we progress throughout the show. But Ark, let's talk a little bit. Let's widen our perspective a little bit, and let's talk about those teams that are sat at the top of the leaderboard as we speak. If I was to tell you at the beginning of the challenge season, all those weeks ago, that these would be the top 4 teams at this current point, would you have been surprised?
I would never have predicted our leaderboards as they currently stand. I've got to be honest, before I continue, got to give a huge shout out to production, because that was one of the most cinematic entrances we've ever had or ever seen. Unreal stuff. Yeah, in terms of the bottom pack, I mean, you know, Zeta Division, last season's champions, not going to be contending for another one, and Inso as well, being that he's been consecutively able to lift the cup, not going to happen, guaranteed this time round. And SK Gaming, these Worlds teams being on the bottom is the furthest thing that I would have ever imagined for this season.
It is absolute carnage, but that's exactly what we love. We've spoken about it time and time again. We love a spanner being thrown in the works, and that's what we keep giving you week in, week out. So, as is tradition here in the challenge season, what I would like you to do at home if you're watching this is to stop what you're doing and follow us on socials. It's at ESL Mobile, and go on over to the lower third of the screen right now and just check out your chosen platform and pick your variation of ESL Mobile to check out all the highlights, the highs, the lows, the memes, pictures of Ark's face. Like I said last time, what could you get better? It's brilliant, isn't it? So I'm hoping that if you're watching this, then you know enough about the Snapdragon Pro Series, how the challenge season has been operating. But just in case you don't, and in case that you need a little bit of a reminder, Trav, can you talk us through the journey that these teams have had up to this point?
Well, all of the teams who were in the challenge season had to play in those open qualifiers. They then went to the open finals. If they placed in the top 4 at either open 1 or open 2, they progressed to the challenge season. We've been pretty much all the way through that now. We're on day number 7. Bittersweet, because we're ending the competition today, and 4 teams will be heading to the challenge finals to battle it out for a bit of cash.
Oh, you said cash, and it sent alarm bells ringing in my mind. So, Sonny, we've got some money on the line, don't we? There is a cheeky prize pool for the challenge season. Why don't you take us through how much money it is?
For the challenge season, $11,000 are spread amongst the teams all the way down to 8th place, so everybody can take something home. For the top 4, there's some more cash on the line, and they make it to the challenge finals. Another $39,000 are gonna spread amongst the top 4, so definitely worth it to even just participate, but a bit more worth it to be in the top 4.
For sure, exactly. And you want to keep competing as well. You want to keep those juices flowing, that is for sure. Just to clarify as well, for those of you at home, today is the final day of competition in this round-robin format. So which of these matches going into the final day are of the most importance? What could really develop and shift the leaderboard the most? Let's have a look at today's schedule. And Ark, I'm going to get you to talk through this schedule because I need you to tell us which is going to be spicy, which ones could really throw, again, a spanner in the works.
Well, match number 1, Team Queso versus Zeta Division, 2 teams that are out of the running. So a bit of a warm-up into number 2, which is going to be SK Gaming versus Nouns. SK, of course, cannot then make the challenge finals, but Nouns very much can do so. Third match, VN Esports versus Reply Totem. That is quite a key one when it comes to those head-to-head scores, and for Esports versus Humble as well. That one is going to be quite spicy in that respect. Again, at the end of today, we could have multiple teams on a 4 and 3, and that's when the tiebreaker rulings are going to have to come into play, and it can get incredibly spicy towards the end.
I agree, I do agree. But for those of you who are watching who may be a little bit confused as well, what really hangs in the balance is that if VN Esporting win their match today, that means that the current top 3 teams will go through automatically. I hope I've got that right. Please correct me if I haven't. These 3 are the experts next to me. I'm just, I don't know what you'd call it, just a flapping head. I don't know. So like we said at the top of the show, yesterday was full of upsets. It was full of leaderboard shifts and all of the above. So let's have a look at the recap of yesterday's matches. We can talk through what people are expecting from these teams coming into today, because we can kind of assess what form they're on and where their minds are at. Sonny, why don't you kick us off?
It was another day of very not close matches. We had a lot of 3-0s, some 3-1s. Nouns Esports versus VN Esporting was the first one to surprise us, simply because we had one of those top 3 teams against the middle pack. And the middle pack came out on top in a 3-0 sweep in the end. Very well played for VN Esporting all around. Maybe it was a bit of draft, if we talked a lot about draft in this matchup. But in the end, VN just also looked really, really strong. Question is now, can they carry it over to their match against Totem today?
It is indeed. I mean, speaking of Nouns, Ark, I mean, they kind of flipped their trajectory a little bit, haven't they? Because kicking off the challenge season, they were absolutely smashing their way through every single opponent that was put in front of them. And then now, the past few days, do we chalk it up to the rest of the field have just figured out their play style, or do we chalk it up to they've just taken their foot off the gas a little bit?
I feel like it's the latter. I feel like it's taking their foot off the gas a little bit, trying to maybe experiment a bit too much towards the end and the later stages before they're really locked themselves in. And currently sitting on that 4-2 scoreline, and ultimately their match today, therefore, very, very much important against SK Gaming. And, you know, I've got to be honest, I just had them down to be that first team to qualify. Actually, over Humble. I did see Humble making the challenge finals, no doubt about that. But for Nouns, they were kind of like my favorites after, you know, their match against Foot. And I had Foot at the very beginning of the season down to be that, you know, team to beat. So I think for Nouns, they're going to have to go back to kind of really nailing this one today.
They are. I mean, we even said at the top of the show yesterday that if Queso had any hopes to qualify, then many stars would have to align, a miracle would have to happen, and then very quickly, VN Esporting squashed those hopes, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad for Queso. They just started to make something happen, and just as quick as that, it kind of all fell apart for them. But at the end of the day, I don't think they really deserve to be in anywhere near the challenge finals, to be honest with you. And I'm quite glad that the spacing kind of opened up as it did, because they just haven't been playing their best. You know, they came into the challenge season pretty similar to SK, looking like one of the stronger teams, which is a rarity for Team Queso at this point. But I feel like at the start of the season, if they'd have made the top 4, I'd have been like, okay, you know, I'm pretty happy with that. But by the end, you kind of just like, you just lose all hope.
Brutal.
Brutal, right? Absolutely savage. And like, you know, looking at the state of the leaderboard right now, Sonny, would you have guessed that at the beginning of the challenge season that Humble would be the only team that have locked in their place by the end of by the final day? Sorry.
I honestly didn't. I thought they could come into the top 4, but I didn't think they would be at top seed. Things can still change today. After all, Humble still needs to beat Foot first, which is our last match of the day, to change the seeding after all. But all 3 teams that are top 3 didn't look the best yesterday. All 3 got swept. So really exciting day upcoming now. Things could be even more interesting now.
Sonny, take us through this as well. This is the finals picture right now. So this is kind of how people are secured and who's in the hunt to get through. So this is kind of the picture that people need breaking down at home.
Interesting to see Humble is also still in the hunt. As far as I understood, they are secured for sure. In the hunt are Foot, Nouns, Totem and VN. And as we mentioned before, we really have to have a look at the match between VM and Totem. If Totem wins it, things are still a bit up for the grabs for all of the teams. If VN wins, we have our top 4 secured. Now, you can also see on your screens the tiebreaker rules again. Yeah, Barney, you can take over.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, yeah, these tiebreaker rules that we discussed very briefly offset as well. But Ark, why don't you take us through, you know, kind of piece it together for the people who are watching?
Ultimately, it's going to come down to those head-to-head first. There are some teams that have got pretty favourable head-to-heads, actually, like Nouns at the moment, and other teams that don't. Like for Esports, actually, when you look at the grand scheme of things, don't have the most best of head-to-heads. But it's going to come down to from there, potentially a round-robin scenario again, if we have those kind of 3-way ties. But after that, potentially set win percentage also. And if there are matches that need to be played off stream later on, then we will have to have those tiebreaker matches done there also.
I feel like that's slim chances, but obviously we can't rule it out. We have to lay out all the rules for everyone at home so that they can kind of see every eventuality, just at the off chance that happens. So now it is time to focus in on our first match of the final day of the challenge season. I cannot believe I'm saying that already. It's gone by so quickly. And let's chat about it. Both of these teams coming into this opening match, they've seemed to have found their rhythm, but a little bit too little too late, like we've said at the beginning of the day. But it is Zeta Division who absolutely stomped one of the top contenders sitting on our leaderboard at this point yesterday, which was Humble. But Trav, I'm going to get you to talk about this because I know how you keep singing the praises of Team Queso, like we've just heard. So talk to us about this opening match.
Yeah, well, we all know I haven't really been singing the praises of them, but I think, to be honest with you, I think Zeta Division are probably in a much better position to win this game. You know, they just started too late. I don't know if Team Queso ever really got that heavily started. Zeta Division, they've been looking like they're kind of going back to their previous form. And I'm really enjoying them watching them play, because if they're able to take down a team like Humble yesterday, who have been performing incredibly, possibly even the best out the entire challenge season, then they've definitely still got something going on.
I feel like we can look at this from two angles as well, Sonny, okay? You can look at this match, opening match of the final day could be bragging rights. You know, this is kind of, you know, an opportunity, you know, your pride's still on the line, let's be honest. But also, another way we can look at it is Zeta are still looking to show the rest of the world before Worlds later on. You know, it's actually only really in a week, let's be honest, that they still mean business. And they need to kind of keep that mentality of showing the rest of the world that, you know, you should still watch out for us coming into this competition, even though we haven't made it to the Challenge Finals.
Yes, that's for sure. At the same time, maybe they also don't want anyone to look into their cards. Don't want to show us really what they want to play in World Finals in a week. So let's see if they're actually going to take out every single ace they have up their sleeve still, or if they're now going to calm down a little tiny bit once again. For them, it certainly is some other training reps. We talked about it yesterday already. They just need this as also just a scrim maybe. For Team Queso, bragging rights are up for grabs.
And then looking kind of internally towards just like the SPS arc, right? Queso are off the back of a loss against SK. And Zeta, I mean, as all kind of, for all intents and purposes, as you love to say, Zeta are pretty much on cloud 9 given the result they had yesterday.
I mean, in SPS, yeah, that is the case. I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily Cloud9 because they are going to be kicking themselves, as an opportunity wasted to be able to defend their championship title. But definitely they are looking at the better team at the moment. I think for me, if Zeta today lose to Team Queso, then going into the World Finals, I kind of got a question whether they're even going to get out of that group, to be completely honest. I've actually been looking forward to this because this is one of the moments where I could actually talk about Team Queso's BSC scorelines. It's like the only one that they've had really to talk about because none of the other teams were here. Team Queso only qualified for 2 monthly finals in the BSC, but one of those matches did involve Zeta Division. Zeta Division still won it, but it was a 2-3 scoreline back in February. It was like one of the earliest monthly finals that we ever had. But again, I mean, it's just looking to me like this should be a Zeta win all day long.
Ooh, okay. This would be a nice little cherry on top, I feel like, if Zeta are able to kind of capitalize on this win. Trav, talk to me a little bit about play style. We talk about it quite a lot. We mentioned VN a lot of the time, saying about how aggressive they are and adaptability from foot. What does Zeta bring to the table, and then what do Queso bring to the table? Don't be too mean.
Be real.
They don't bring a lot. They don't really bring a lot to the table either at the moment. But no, I mean, Zeta Division, I think that their drafts are always pretty solid. They do go for some wild stuff every now and again, but for the most part, I think they really have that down. And I think Team Queso on the other side, you can't really say the same. Their drafts have been somewhat questionable at certain points in this competition. I do feel like Team Queso, they should have a very solid amount of team play being brought to the table because they've just been playing together for so long.
Love it. Well, give me your prediction and then open us up with what the draft is saying between Team Queso and Zeta.
I mean, as sad as I am to say it, and I think it's going to be a 3-0 to Zeta Division. As far as the draft goes, Team Queso have banned out the Eve, the Tick, and the Carl. Zeta Division get rid of the Willow, the Dynamite, and the Barley. Don't want any of those throwers in there. Louvre, the first pick for Zeta Division, and then the first pick of Team Queso is that Squeak.
Okay. Sunny, talk me through what your prediction is going to be and what are you thinking about this opening draft?
I'm fed up with every single game ending in a 3-0 that I'm lost. Please prolong it a tiny little bit. I want a close matchup. And I'm going to say 3-2 for Zeta, I guess.
3-2 Zeta. Ark, what about yourself, Fred?
We're going to make that to worth 3-0 Zeta. It's, I mean, you've got to consider that against a team like Humble that have just been performing so well this season. I mean, if Zeta can 3-0 them, you got to kind of think that they can 3-0 Team Queso on a 1-5 kind of scoreline at the moment in the leaderboards.
I'm going to say that this is going to go the distance. It's going to be in favor of Team Queso. Exactly, you heard it here first, and the only one. And remember, I did this the other day, and Humble ended up taking it. So this is the opposite of the bank's jinx. Right, you two, can you please be upstanding and make your way over to the caster desk? Let's kick off the final day of the challenge season. It is Zeta Division going up against Team Queso.
I will say, I'm kind of liking this Rosa. I do like a Rosa on Canal Grande. I think it's pretty solid with all the bushes that are there. It's definitely a very solid shout. And then Cordelius and Lou, obviously, to possibly deal with a tank that might come out just on this last pick from Team Queso.
It's what we're used to see, really, from Zeta Division. It's really balanced outcome. They have something against tanks, double it down with the Louis and the Cordelius, and then the tank themselves, just for that extra pressure on Canal Grande to try to take over the mid control right from the get-go. Canal Grande, of course, bushes in the mid, is again one of those maps where he wants some mid control. We have a Carl and Eve band out, so no early blue star pickup there. Maisie is going to come out here as last pick, trying to control that Rosa somewhat, but is it going to be enough, Trev?
No, I don't think it is. I'm not really a big fan of Maisie at all. Never mind on a map like Canal Grande. Yes, might be able to get a few knockbacks here and there behind that wall, get some value through it, but I still think that Rose is just too strong. So, hypercharge, gadget, slowing down, and just overall Rosa's kind of base kit at the moment is really solid.
I have to agree with you on that one. Kind of scared for Team Queso already, and for Barney's predictions. He's the only one that believes in their win. Team Queso, make Banks proud. We're going to start into this first match of match day 7. Zeta Division already claiming mid control here now on the right hand side against the Maisie. Not the favorable matchup, but with Zeta Division picking up the blue star. Anytime soon, never mind. Team Queso gets the first takedown, takes the blue star. 3-0 lead for them.
Residue down as well. Not sure why Gero kind of just, sorry, the Cordelius, whoever's playing, I can't see at the moment, Meow I think it is. Not sure why he didn't kind of just go directly for that blue star to start with, but he gained a kill now, and it is still 5-2, not looking the best at the moment for Zeta Division, but starting to gather back some control. Bush being placed down in the mid there as well, and now he should be able to have a bit more free roam mobility.
Team Queso now pushed out of the map completely. Zeta Division with the mid control, but Blue Star still deciding. And Team Queso is the team that has him at the moment. Meow trying to go in aggressively, takes Blexy into Shadow Realm. Can he get the takedown there? What means Zeta Division take over the lead here? He does get him low. He's not in a good position there though. Boss immediately revenges his teammates. Team Queso still in the lead.
Well, Hypercharge ready for Gero now, and that can be dangerous, especially paired with the Rosa, who's going to be coming in behind it. Hypercharge still available for Boss as well, though. Meow's going to want to try and work onto another super to kind of get this this squeak out of the way of the rest, but that's a really nice stun there coming in from Gero. Gets another cycle as well. Instant stun onto Blacksea, but he's not going to fall just yet. Survives it out. Hypercharge comes down from Boss, actually gets a kill from it as well. Takes the lead back into Team Queso's hands, but now he and Gero are still lurking in this bush.
Nobody plays Maisie as well as Boss, I have to say, to this point. Dashing into the wall there, though, gets taken out in the end. Gero with the double stun. Noe and himself picking up 2 kills there. Zeta is now taking over the lead 20 seconds before the end. Can Boss do the unthinkable once again? Can he turn things around for his team? Blacksea inside of the Shadow Realm, just barely surviving that one, not even taken out as well. Boss trying with his last strength to get the double stun, but even with that, he's going to be taken out in the end as well. 20 stars, the cap is reached for Zeta Division. They take the first game.
I mean, sketchy start for Zeta Division. I feel like they should have had that blue star in control pretty fast with the Cordelius's movement speed running straight into that mid. But after Team Queso had a very solid start, they kind of just lost all control as soon as the Roses started placing down these bushes and, you know, kind of being a bit more unpredictable. You know, as soon as Team Queso were going to lose control of any of these bushes, the Roses are going to punish.
It really looked like to me Zeta Division has the start in their hands. Team Queso then able to turn things around very quickly. Boss every single time getting the kill when one of his teammates has been falling. Just the same again. Lexi fallen, and Boss takes over the lead for his teammates again. Still with Blue Star as well. Team Queso looking a lot better than what I expected.
Knockback there as well. Boss needs to try and take someone into the Shadow Realm. Some mushrooms might be what he desires, but actually chooses to just go and try and go for another kill. Mute onto Gero there, that's going to get the kill as well and extend the lead even further. And now Zeta Division just aren't really getting started because of this control that Team Queso have of the bush. Javi not getting this kill on Naui just yet, but should be able to get it soon. And just over-aggression from Zeta Division, just cycling deaths, and it's not what you want to be doing in Bounty.
For me, MVP in the first round has been Boss. Now Javi taking over that one. 7-star in his name, popping off there clearly. Taken into Shadow Realm now though. Can Boss survive the interaction against Meow? Meow not in a good position coming out of his super. Javi might be able to claim that kill once again. It's going to be Blacksea instead. 17 stars for Team Queso now. They only need 2 more kills to reach the cap.
It can turn quite quick. A team wipe and it'll be even, so you can't really rule it out considering we've still got Gero here. He's going to be looking for a hypercharge now. He's coming forwards as well, though, but not really having the best of times. Great super there from Boss as well. Now he pops that hypercharge, though, going forward, trying to get some heals from the bushes, but not really finding too much. Double connection there, just survives it with a few heals. But still 10 stars behind and can't really step out of line either.
How is Noe still alive? How did he do that? Simply because of a hypercharge. Staying alive there, very important for themselves. 20 seconds left on the clock now for Zeta Division to get that team kill we were talking about. Gero with a stun hypercharge, double stun onto Javi and Boss. And with that, both have been falling. Javi gets the takedown in the end, though, thanks to his super. What a game, literally just a back and forth in the end.
I mean, as soon as they started to make a comeback, the most unfortunate thing happened for Zeta Division there. The burn down damage of the mutes coming in from Javi's super takes him down. Couldn't pop his super to be able to tank it either because obviously he was muted out. So a little bit disappointing there for Zeta Division. I mean, they've got to iron things out. The comeback was really nice, but in the end, I don't think they really deserved that win.
I was so focused on Gero popping his Lu hypercharge there in the end, getting the important double kill for Zeta. Team Queso turning things around in the very last second. Who's going to claim this very first set? Could go either way so far. No, he claims a kill in the bottom left-hand side. Boss survives just barely. Doesn't get out of that situation in the end. Zeta Division taking over the lead now, very convincingly, 5-2.
I mean, look at this absolute forest that now he's building up on the left-hand side. Fat Splat's coming down, Javi trying to push forward, wants a mute to be able to walk into this bush. Residue going to be placed there, I believe, as well, but now he chooses to try and go forward. Just backs them up a little bit. Super comes down, not going to find any connections, but the residue slow still being there is really tough for now. Super comes in from Gero, should be able to pick up Blacks. He does just that. Boss following up as well. Javi does get the kill, but should be traded out here as well. Throws down that hypercharge. Actually might be able to get Gero here as he missed that super, but runs behind that unbreakable wall and still managed to find the kill.
Javi got a bit too excited there, almost got the takedown to Gary, gets taken out himself in the end. Boss going in alone as well, falling 15 to 5 stars now. Team Queso really some switched from the game we just witnessed, completely overextending time and time again. Now finally get to take down onto Noe. Meow has been falling as well. Gary the last man standing, but he's the carrier of all the stars at the moment. Team Queso only have 40 seconds left to turn things around.
Zeta has just been way too confident. I'm not sure if they kind of just, the game plan is running a straight line and trying to get positive trades, but it's not really working so far. They are up just by a little bit. Great gadget there from Gero as well, but almost stunning out Boss, but just not enough. Gero's got to be careful here, as they will lose the lead if he does fall down. Meow trying to find his super, but at the moment just finding a few squeak shots to the face.
Gero is still the target of choice here. 13 seconds left on the clock. Boss trying to go in aggressively, pops the super, doesn't hit a goal. Lexi is frozen there, gets taken out. 19 stars now. Javi and Boss not able to reach the opponents thanks to the hypercharged super in mid. And with that, Zeta Division claimed their first set.
I mean, Zeta Division managed to do it, but in the end, I'm honestly not even sure if they deserved that. They were stepping out of line so much, way too much over-aggression at certain points in that game, and specifically off the start from Meow. He kind of just seemed to be the person who was falling down instantly every single game, and Team Queso, I felt like if they just played that a bit better, had some control of that mid, they should have been able to take it. They had the moments, but overall, Zeta just seemed, I mean, even just running in a straight line seemed to be working for them.
Honestly, both sides have been over-aggressing in my eyes. They're the second game, such a close one. Team Queso taking it in the end made them a bit too careless, in my opinion. Just running in, just like Zeta Division did as well. The stars have been flying much quicker. Team Queso just falling like flies right from the get-go, handing over a lead to Zeta Division. In the end, a very close matchup. I did not expect it, if I'm honest.
It was very, very close, but I can't help but feel like Zeta just weren't really the best of their abilities, or at least trying to the best of abilities. They were kind of just running in and attempting to get kills in some pretty aggressive plays. But I still think Team Queso, they can bring this one back. I'm not ruling them out of it, just because I feel like they've been maybe a little bit dominated there by Zeta Division's overconfidence. I still think Team Queso can drag this one back, but Zeta Division just seemed pretty concrete in that first set.
I'm excited to see more of this matchup now, honestly. We did say that there's not that much on the line, but still a very close matchup here. After all, Team Queso seem to be finding their spot once again. It was a very close match here, 1-0 up for Zeta Division so far, but could be changing at any point. I don't believe Barney's prediction is that wrong anymore.
No, I mean, it's not that wrong, but I mean, I do feel like Zeta Division should be able to take it. A little bit of a chance for Team Queso here and there, but overall, I feel like Zeta Division just were the ones quite heavily in control of this matchup so far. So I think it's something Team Queso can definitely put into the game plan. You know, Zeta Division way too aggressive. So if they play to their strengths and just allow Zeta Division to push into them and punish their over-aggression, then I think this is something that Team Queso can win.
I kind of feel sad that Maisie still didn't really shine so far. Boss doing a phenomenal job, not taking the victory in the end, and still the win rate of Maisie is quite, let's call it, bad. Let's head into our next set here. Double swoosh, is it gonna be? The draft is already here. This time around, we're gonna have a double ban of Rosa. Buster coming in from the side of Team Queso. Has been banned out a few times yesterday, but we've never seen him as far as I can remember. Now Gray is gonna be the answer for Zeta Division. Not really the amount of damage output they like, but one of the mids for Zeta Division. They pick him every single time on double swoosh.
Well, I do like the Grey. I think the Buster's a solid pick, and especially with Shelly, Lou, Rose are all banned out, but Colette's going to be the answer that Zeta Division are bringing to the table. I think it's a pretty decent answer to what the Buster does offer as well. Obviously, Tank is not going to be too happy faced up against a hypercharged Colette. So it's something that he's going to have to be quite cautious about. Definitely going to have to try and take the other lane, or try and just run away from Colette the whole game, I should say.
I also don't really see what Team Queso can pick up against the Colette now. Pam, usually one of those brawlers you want to pick on the right-hand side, can't really play it into Colette. Maybe we do see an Otis or Ember come out of Team Queso. Wouldn't be the first time. They absolutely love this pick. Jessie is going to be their mid so far. Not the worst. They have a hypercharged brawler in their own hands now, which probably is a good idea. But let's see with what they will round off their comp to. I like what I see from Zeta Division so far. I don't really have the perfect answer for Team Queso.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I really do like Zeta Division's comp. I think the Grey is so solid at the moment, and Colette does just counter Buster so well. I mean, Jesse, obviously they had to bring in a mid, so I can't really blame them for it. If you can establish some turrets in good positions, behind walls, use that hypercharge, then it can be great. But it's getting to those positions with Jesse, that is the issue. Lola's going to come in as well for Team Queso, playing that down one of those lanes. I think that's a pretty solid pick against the Colette. Obviously going to be able to tank quite a lot with that ego and get some good DPS down too.
And there's also something they can play up against the tank if Zeta Division decides to go with one. They always go with a rounded up comp. Also, this time around, Jackie's going to be their last pick. Good thing for Team Queso that they at least have the Lola, but is it going to be enough TPS to actually take care of her? We don't have any Cordelius, we don't have any Otis, and Lola not usually my first pickup for a tank counter. But I guess it can work. Again, I kind of side with Zeta Division's comp. Let's see if Team Queso can make it work regardless.
Yeah, I mean, I do like this Zeta Division comp. I think it's very, very solid. We've seen Jackie pop off on this map before. You know, I think we questioned it at the time, but it did actually pay off really heavily. It might have been Zeta Division who were playing it as well. So I've kind of got full faith behind it now because I doubted it maybe a little bit too much the first time. So I'm not going to go against it again.
Let's see what they can do with this comp. Once again, I really have the feeling that we did see this great Jackie comp before from the side of Zeta Division. Now, with the Colette even stronger on the right-hand side. Trying to go into Blacksea there. It's Boss against Jackie. Actually gets the first encounter. Boss taking out Noe there on the left-hand side, giving Javi some time to pick up some more gems, but it's still pretty equal.
Yeah, that pneumatic booster used by Noe there to give him some extra speed, but Jesse getting some good taps in on Noe, and he's not having a nice time there. Meow, though, on the flank, pushing around this backside, getting the gotcha gadget down. Javi falls down to one shot, and now Boss is going to come and try and help out. Does help out really nicely with that gadget, but a walking cane used by Garo is not going to be too helpful.
Boss is doing so much work at the moment. So far, always have been winning his lane on the left-hand side, then also helping Javi win against the Colette. Walking cane coming in, this time from Gara, hitting Boss. Boss still surviving, and a few more gems on the side of Team Queso for now. Pretty equal though overall. Garrett just picked up the one that spawned on his side, and it is equal. Now Meow with Hypercharge ready on the right-hand side. Walking cane hitting Javi, got to take that onto the gem carrier. Blacksea trying to pick up the gems, falling as well. 10 gems on Zeta.
I mean, all you need is one play with that Jackie Hypercharge, and Meow still has his in hand too. Going to use it now, try and get a super and get this buster down. Spirit's going to be following him too. Does evade it nicely, but he actually does pick up Blacksea in the end. Now Boss has got to focus behind him, and there's just no chances of the world there with Meow TPing through and getting the kills. Zeta Division going to take game one, a double swoosh too.
Team Queso have been looking so strong at the start, right from the get-go. Boss constantly winning his lane on the left-hand side. No, we can't really do too much, but eventually you're gonna hand Jackie her super and the hypercharge by simply hitting her. So now we just waited it out, had a perfect moment to get the takedown onto the gem carrier. Last walking came from Garo, finding a goal there, and Javi couldn't do much else. Very well played for Zeta Division. As you said it, one moment with hypercharge and everything can be over.
He's just eating shots, but as you say, he just gets charged from literally being hit, so he's not going to complain too much about that. Just needs to come back over and over again until eventually he can make something happen. Garo has his walking cane. Javi going to be his target. Does miss that as well, but now he just still tanking it down this left-hand side and just going forwards in a straight line. Some better positioning from Blacksea this time as Meow not bringing the same energy.
Garo has to use his teleport to get out of that situation. Boss playing it very aggressively, still surviving that one. Walking cane finally ends him. But Javi still surviving, still able to pick up some more gems. Team Queso with a good lead here. Looking a lot stronger once again, but as we've seen in the first game, things can turn around quickly.
Javi almost fell there as well, and definitely looking a lot better, but Meow's now going to go forward, pick up Blacksea, and that was kind of the turning point of the last game. Now TP coming forward, they're just going to go for the kill rather than getting the turret down. Javi does fall low, but Spirit not going to find any kills. Now he is here and lurking though, has that hypercharge ready, super in hand too, and that is surely going to be an explosive play. Here he comes now, pulls Boss back, slows him down, just goes for the one kill. Doesn't really need to rush too much, as he might be able to get another in this game as it's quite close.
Javi has no chance of getting back into his own side of things there. Zeta is now taking over the lead, 7 to 5 gems. Now Meow really quickly gets rid of Blacksea on the right-hand side. No, he does the same one with Boss on the left one. And Garo only needs to pick up 2 more gems against Meow and Noe finally with Hypercharge. Their lanes can't really do much. Team Queso really not looking the greatest right now.
Garo's looking for this kill on Boss, overextending maybe the tiniest bit, but not really mattering too much, as Javi can't really do too much about that. Not finding those connections with Jesse. Eventually getting some shots, but in comes that hypercharge. Now Spirit's going to follow back and hit Javi as well. He's going to fall down. Blacksea knows he's defeated, standing still. Same with Boss and Spawn here, and Zeta Division dominance continues through set number 2 as they take double swoosh.
A bit risky there, but they do survive it in the end. Zeta Division taking this one in a 2-0, making it look even more convincing now than in Color Grande. I have to say, I kind of feel bad for Team Queso. They have been under full control for the first half of the game. As soon as Zeta Division picked up the 2 hyperchargers on Colette and Chucky, not a single chance for Team Queso to stay alive.
I mean, that's the thing. You've got to feel a bit sad for them, but at the same time, it's all down to that draft. You can't let these brawlers slip through, and especially with the Grey as well, who can, you know, just set up a TP and put them in a position of dreams, ready to use that hypercharge. And it's definitely not the best of situations here. Team Queso not really accounting for what Zeta Division most desire in these drafts, and it's really showing.
It truly is, as you said it before, Trev. Zeta Division sometimes shows up with some new fresh comps and they seem to work out more often than not. This one we have seen before, it worked out before, so Team Queso should have studied them a bit better, maybe betting out their favorite brawlers. We're gonna head right into our third set already. The teams really need to catch a train. Zeta Division picking up that Lou. I think we agree on that one, Trav. Looks good for them already. Banning out those 3 throwers is also something we see from them time and time again.
I mean, the thing is, like Lou, it's literally the best hot zone brawler, but if you're going to provide it on a hot zone map, at least make it split, you know, when there's 2 zones and you can't just completely dominate the game by throwing it on that singular zone. So at least it's not on either of the other maps, but still, I don't really like Zeta, I was going to say Zeta Division's chances there, but I really do like their chances. I don't like Team Queso's chances, especially even just after this first pick of seeing the Lou. They are going to try and reply with this Ruffs, but still a long road to go to kind of have my vote of draft.
Yeah, let's see what Team Queso will show up next. Honestly, I kind of have my fingers crossed for Team Queso right now. I don't want another 3-0 to happen, but it's coming. I can see this clearly already from that Lou pick. Team Queso, I don't mind the Ruffs pick and open up the map a tiny little bit. Now going with the comfort pick, also never wrong in my eyes. Javi has been popping off with this brawler on Canal Grande. Can he do it again? And can he do it when Zeta Division again gets a tank, gets a Lou? They are just drafting so well today.
I mean, Team Queso is just all about comfort, right? It's just all about what they want to go. And as you said in the previous one, wouldn't be surprised if we see an Otis. But it actually does come through in this one and obviously in the first one as well. So they're just drafting what they like instead of what is really the best at the moment. And I feel like that does hurt Team Queso quite heavily, especially now Zeta Division have got another 2 picks of what they want. And Squeak, very solid brawler, can just stall so long with those residue gadgets.
Full control so far for Zeta Division. Despite them banning out 3 throwers, they still decide to go with control. I don't hate it. Tick would still be open and they would have the triple control here. Chessie, why not? But there's certainly better options. This less control, they could still come in with a tank and Team Queso only really has the Otis so far to deal with it. So let's see with what they're actually gonna end up. Okay, Colt. We talked about new, fresh ideas. That's certainly one.
It's a new, fresh idea. It's certainly something. It used to be so good on this map when Silver Bullet was just ridiculous and did like 3k damage. Definitely still good as not like the whole wall isn't unbreakable. The mid portion still is, but you used to pair it with a B, something that can really thrive with that long range. Not that Lou and Squeak can't, but I just don't think it's comparable.
I really don't see any options for Team Queso now. They do have the last pick, which is usually what you want to have. Stu is going to be their answer to all of this carnage that Zeta Division is bringing up against them. 2 control brawlers, then 1 that can open the map. I guess Stu is an option here, not too bad against Lou and the Squeak and dash out of that super. But the damage output is just not there from them. I don't know if they even have a possibility to win a game here.
I know you want them to. I know you really do want them to, because I know you hate a 3-0, but at this point, Zeta Division, they just can't be stopped. Whether or not this Colt is going to work is definitely going to be the decider in this one, I feel. Stu definitely going to have that ability to evade some of these shots coming out of these brawlers. Squeak, obviously, single projectile, but Lou and Colt should have a bit of a better time against those. I mean, all 3 of them really going to find a bit of a hard time hitting Stu once he get these supers, but it's, you know, still about getting those shots connected.
We're going to head into set 3. Is it going to be Zeta Division claiming another 3-0 today? Or can Team Queso still turn things around here? Looking strong so far. Boss and Javi on the right-hand side at least. Getting some time in the zone there. Noe winning his lane on the left-hand side. Deciding to leave it. Deciding to help his teammates get that zone in even quicker with Boss falling there on the right-hand side. Zeta Division will be able to close in on that right one anytime soon.
Blacksy still yet to have a super. Gonna try and get it now. Does get it, but actually gonna fall down. Not sure if he just didn't have his super. Not sure if he just didn't have Gasser heal there and didn't choose to heal up because of it. Seemed a little bit odd to me that he just was still an accepted defeat. But at the moment, it's very 50-50 because Meow and Meow and, just saying again, say the Colt up top couldn't win their right-hand side lane. Gero was playing it, and the left-hand side actually goes to Team Queso now as well.
Blexy is back. He just got a double takedown on the left-hand side. Ravina standing in that zone. Blexy trying to do the same on the right one, trying to get Gero down. He's on 340 HP, still surviving, healing up now. Meow with Hypercharge ready to pop it. Gets the double slow, the double stun there. Ravina stunned as well. Hypercharge just cycled from the side of Zeta Division. That's why you want to have a Lou on hot zone.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the difference it makes, and that's why you're going to want to hypercharge and hot zone as well. All three pushing this right-hand side now, though, as this residue really is helping out. But great dashes from Blacksea. If now he had got that connection, he would have gone down. But Team Queso actually claiming both sides now, and if they just keep this left, which they might be able to do with Blacksea in this zero drag, getting the kill, and maybe getting another, because they didn't consider it's a squeak as well. But Boss taking the side, keeping onto it. They do eventually get the kill, but can't take much more now. Team Queso going forwards, Javi pushing onto the zone, got the super available, does use it, but doesn't get the finish. Now spamming down on Blacksea. They're getting the shot through. Super comes down, two Boss coming in, but it actually take the lead. I think they've got it.
No way!
Zeta just get it on the right-hand side, staying on when Team Queso couldn't, and they go into match point.
I have goosebumps all over Blexy. If he would have hit one single shot, he could have dashed into the zone. Didn't hit it. Doing so much work throughout this game. I absolutely loved seeing what Blexy was doing there with long dash even. Absolutely despised his star power. Always play Queso heal. And he made it work so well. 1%. If that's what Team Queso shows us today, I don't know. Throughout the season, they have been losing in the 3-2, making everything so close. Kind of run that was close. This one just as close once again.
Well, now we're getting some shots in. Does get Blacksea down, because there are no heals coming through from that star power. Meow and Gero trying to win this now. Gets another breakthrough. Has the super in hand too, so might be able to follow it with another kill. Going to use it to break and get some shots onto Boss to reset that healing. Blacksea now coming through. Now we're going to throw down a super, but Blacksea does get a super back. And only one more connection, he will fall down. But now he can't find it. It's some great shots, but he does fall. Meow has this super, going to throw it onto the right-hand side and try and claim that. Goes a bit further back, so allows Boss to survive in this front portion, but Gero cleans him up quickly.
Boss hitting up both Gero and Meow, though both are low. Javi just can't get a takedown there at the moment, thanks to the Lu super still lying on the ground. Boss giving himself the supply drop at the moment, trying to push up again very aggressively. Javi still out of that zone thanks to the star power. Boss falling again, the right hand side really contested. Very tough thing for Javi and Boss there on the right one. Flex on the left hand side, I do get why he's playing long dash against the Lu super, but he can't really win the matchup.
I mean, he's playing long dash, but he's not really avoiding the shots. He's going straight into him where he can auto him, and sure, that defeats the entire point of it. If you're going to do that, just play that Gasser heal. Doesn't really make much sense. I mean, at the end of the day, this is going to be over here. Team Queso really not showing up in this second game. Some questionable plays here and there, but Zeta Division do manage to close this one out in a 3-0. A few of us expected it. Still, quite sad to see though, right, Ark?
Unbelievable stuff. I mean, you know, the scoreline didn't really do a lot of it justice. Some very, very close games. Couldn't quite get the telestrator for that last final 1% clip on hot zone, but I've got a banger lined up regardless. But I think Team Queso did pretty well for all intents and purposes. Just got a little bit unlucky towards the end, but 3-0, you know, we kind of called it. I mean, Zeta were the favorites going in and the favorites coming out.
You did call it. And like we said, going into that first match, Zeta needed to show the community that they are prepared for these future matches that they're going to be going into, like Worlds. So ultimately, well done. 3-0, Ark. 3-0, Trav.
Rub it in your face.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
I think you were, but I think I beat you to it.
It's common knowledge.
It's just, yeah, we're just
Common
very
knowledge.
humbly.
You can't rub common knowledge. You know, you can't rub that in.
Let's give some element of credit where credit is due. Especially, I feel like in that, let's say, the opening set, Queso fought back. There was some semblance of life there, but they just couldn't finish their dinner. Like one of those phrases that we keep saying throughout week in, week out. They just couldn't capitalize, and Zeta always pit them to the post, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, I want to ask Ark this, because it kind of, you know, they did look close, right? But for me, it kind of just seemed like Zeta Division were too confident with it.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, they certainly were going in very aggressively, time and time again. I think, actually, Team Queso were lucky, very lucky to come out with that win in Bounty, actually. I'll show it on the telestrator in just a bit. Javi did immensely well to land that mark just when he did, because if that hadn't have popped, then that game was going the way of Zeta. But Zeta looking very aggressive. Actually, I kind of liked that they were looking that aggressive team, because that's what I've been lacking to see from them over kind of every other challenge day.
I know, like we said, a little bit too little too late. Speaking of bounty as well, Sonny, you were talking about it when we were discussing the draft. A draft? Not the giraffe. Who's a giraffe? A giraffe there. They're a giraffe brawler anyway. When we were talking about, you were talking about the draft with Trav. You mentioned, you know, the comp for Team Queso just wasn't looking strong going into it. Do you feel like a lot of that was kind of the downfall for Team Queso as well? Zeta were outdrafting them.
Definitely so, especially in the second set then. But in Bounty, I felt like the draft was not the best and they still kind of made it work. Boss had some pop-off moments on that Maisie. Javi's playing out of his mind with the Otis that he obviously, I think he plays it even in his sleep. It's the most big brawlers ever for Team Queso, and then Blacksea popping off in that last set of Split with the Stu. They all had their pop-off moments, but it's still not enough to beat a team like Zeta Division that has been looking very consistent, at least this week. I just really felt like Team Queso also lost motivation. Every single loss they did worse the next set, especially in that last one. The last game was absolutely terrible. After losing it 1% to Zeta Division, they got completely deflated.
I think I said it earlier in the week, win big or lose big. Right, Ark, be upstanding, please. Let's go over to the telestrator so you can break down some of those clips for us. And while you do that, we do have to say that Queso just seemed like they were doing their comfort picks the entire time. It felt like they weren't adapting to what was going on, and they just were trying to play what was comfortable to them. But Ark, take us away, my friend.
Right, I mean, this was so exciting to see go down. I thought Zeta had it, but nonetheless, they had some really great moments that led up to things. Naoi's survival in this was just impeccable. I don't know how he stayed on his feet, but it does come around full circle to kind of bite him a little bit, as he was the final player to go down. But let's see this one play out. It's very chaotic, but you can see Team Queso with 17 stars. They've got a forming lead here. I mean, they really are just looking like they're going to take this and breeze it. But look at that. Naoi there pops in the hypercharge, gives him that additional speed boost and keeps his HP above board nonetheless. And he still is able to, despite that connection there from Blacksea, stay on his feet. And he needs to be on his feet because this push coming in from Zeta is a big one. You're going to be looking to see here, Meow trying to push it from this side, from the right-hand side here. And then, of course, the rest of Zeta going to be trying to get then Team Queso back, pushed it into that left-hand side pocket. And it almost works. It almost pays off. But, I mean, fair play to Team Queso here to be able to defend off against it. Javi in particular, I slowed it down. I looked in so deeply to see how he was even able to connect with the marker that he had to. Gary there with the hypercharge. I mean, we just know how powerful that can be, but it's just here where Javi connects onto Naoi. You can see like that is the trickle down of the poison, which inevitably leads to his demise, because right here, I mean, Zeta have just got 19 stars on the board to the 17 only of Team Queso. If this final kill hadn't have happened, Zeta were running away with it, and then now he's marked up, muted there by the Otis of Javi, and that is what turned things around in the final hour.
Nicely done, Ark. Thank you so much for breaking all that down. That looked like absolute carnage on the screen, so I'm glad that someone could see what was going on there, because I was squinting my eyes and trying to figure out what was going on. Now, if we look forward onto, you know, the prospect of Worlds in a week's time, people like, you know, there is no buffer. We spoke at the very beginning of the challenge season that maybe day one of competition, day two even possibly, there is that little bit of buffer because you know that the scales will even as the challenge season progresses. They're not going to have that going into Worlds. It's going to be guns blazing straight away. And if they need this time to find rhythm and find their feet as they progress through the challenge season, if they need to do that again, it's going to be a bit of a wash for them, isn't it, Trav?
I mean, as sad as it'll see to see them go out so early on in World Finals, I kind of expected at this point. They've been dominating the European region, so many monthly finals won. They won SPS Season 3, but their group is so hard. And if they're struggling to beat some of the teams in this competition, I don't like the chances against the group they've got.
Oh, dearie me. Well, at this point, the leaderboard remains the same. We still have the same 4 teams who are sat at the top on 12 points or on 4 wins at this point as well. They're looking pretty comfortable for now. So, coming up very soon, we're going to have 2 teams who are going to enter. And if you were to ask me at the beginning of the challenge season, which is the most highly anticipated match coming into it, I would have said these 2 teams. After the break, we're going to have SK Gaming going up against Nouns Esports.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Two monstrous teams enter the arena with two very different stories in the challenge season. One who's just started to find their feet, but on slightly shaky ground, and the other looking absolutely unstoppable until about 2 days ago when everything started to fall apart. It's SK Gaming versus Nouns Esports. Sonny, I'm going to come to you. Do you agree with me that what I said before we went to our very quick break, that this would have been the match to watch if you were to ask at the beginning of the challenge season?
It's definitely up there. We had some bangers aligned throughout the whole season, but this would have been one I would have tuned in if I wasn't sitting here anyways. But yeah, now after this whole season, it's not really one of those matches we can say it's probably going to be one of the closest one ever. At the same time, SK did come back a tiny little bit. At least they won their match against Team Queso yesterday, which I'm sure the two next to me have something to say about that, but they have been looking better yesterday, I feel like, and they still have a long way to go. They're also one of those teams that go to Worlds, so they should be shining today, showing Nouns what they can really do.
Yeah, as we watch the replays on our screen from our teams, I feel like this next series, I mean, at least for me, from seeing it on paper, this one's for the purists. This one's for the fans that love competitive Brawl Stars, and they just want to see two top-tier teams go head-to-head. But let's not play down the fact, Ark, that Nouns really do need this win if they want to guarantee their spot.
Yeah, they've got to bring their A game today. As we were saying coming into the show, at the beginning, they were just seemingly unstoppable, I think it's fair to say. And over the past couple of days, they haven't quite looked nearly as strong, and it kind of makes me a bit concerned for them. They need this win. They cannot take this one easy. They want to just make sure that their journey to the challenge finals is as smooth as possible. And previous scorelines with these two teams in terms of the qualifying cup stages, which was the only place that they really kind of clashed, was Cup 4 and Cup 6. Cup 4 was the grand finals, and both scorelines being a 2-1 in favor of Nouns doesn't give me the most amount of confidence in SK at the moment, to be honest.
I agree. I mean, Nouns currently sitting at 4 wins and 2 losses in the leaderboard as well. So this is kind of essential for them, but at the same time, it's not an absolute given. But they don't want to tempt fate, do they, Trav?
I mean, with their recent performance as well, it's really not looking too good for them. I mean, SK haven't been looking that beautiful either, right? They haven't been looking incredible. But to be honest, they've been looking better than they were at the start of the season, and it's the complete opposite for Nouns. I feel like this is a very 50-50 matchup if you really look into it. It's just a question of who wants it more, and I think that Nouns definitely are going to want it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that as well, when we've spoken about these teams previously as well, obviously we've seen Nouns competing extremely strong the entire season, up until just really this week. But when SK are on their day, when they are having a good day, given it's been a bit wayward this season, but when they have a good day, they seem pretty unstoppable, Sunny.
They really do. Chaos and OP have some moments where they really just pop off. Yoshi is kind of the constant in this whole team, never playing the worst, but also never having those pop-off moments. I do feel like they have what it takes to even beat Nouns Esports that have been looking the strongest throughout this season. Still, after the last 2 days, I still feel like they're the top 1 spot in my eyes because they have been beating the other very strong teams constantly. Now for SK, I really felt like for the last few weeks, it was also just a draft. Not even mechanically, I can't really say they have been ever playing as bad as some of the other teams we had in the last few weeks. I really just feel like they had no idea what to do draft-wise.
I feel like it's very small margins in skill set between these two teams. So yes, you might be right. Ultimately, it's going to come down to the draft that we can see on our screen right now. Trav, I'll start with you with your prediction, and we'll come back down the line towards me. But what are you thinking of this draft? And tell me your prediction for this match, please.
Well, I think I'm going to go with 3-1 Nouns. I think I'm going to kind of bounce out a little bit, give SK a set, but I don't think it's going to be that close considering how much Nouns Esports really do need this. Buster going to be that first pick. The Sandy, the Lou, and the Otis bands coming in from Nouns Esports. SK going to get rid of the Sandy, the B, and the Corditas.
Okie dokie. Ark, come on, my friends.
Gonna match it.
He's going to match it.
Straight out match it.
Of course
100%.
he is.
100%. I'll be honest, looking back through SK's previous matches, I still don't understand how they were able to beat Humble. Like, if I'm being just straight up and honest, Gale first pick for SK. I stand by it. 3-1 for Nouns.
All right then, Sonny, what are your thoughts on this draft? But then also, yeah, your prediction, please.
I'm trying to pull a Barty here. I'm going to say 3-2 for SK Gaming, just to say
I like
something
it.
else. And I also see a Shelly come out, which, I don't know, we had some creative ideas from SK, but I still feel like they had no idea what they were doing with the draft. Really sorry to say that in the last few days. Now, Shelly, it's okay. They have a Buster against them. Makes sense.
Shelly's okay. Hypercharged Brawler inbound. I love it. Right, Ark and Trav, please head on over to the caster desk so that we can begin this next match of the final day of the challenge season. I want this match to be everything that I've hoped for. Let this be a clash of titans, and to send a message ahead of the World Championships and to finish off the challenge season on a high, it's SK Gaming going up against Nouns Esports.
Well, it is that EMS, it's that Spike, and that's a lot of tank counters coming in for very few tanks so far from SK Gaming. Obviously, they're going to have to be a little bit cautious about what they could bring in last. SK Gaming do still have that last pick available, so I think it's something pretty solid from Nouns Esports to think like that. But Squeak is the next brawler to come out from SK Gaming, kind of pivoting away from that tankier unit that they would have had. But overall, I don't love the Gale, right? I don't love it. I don't love the Shelly, but they've got a Buster against them, so I can understand it. But Spike and Ems against Gale and Shelly, I'm kind of liking Nouns here.
It's like my time machine works. You know, SK bringing in Gale. I mean, twist the gadget on the ball into the corner. It doesn't really strike me.
Where are the bow mines?
Yeah, where are the bow mines? Exactly. It's just feeling like a bit of an old school idea that I just don't really translate into this new school era. It's just kind of SK all round, really. It's that defensive idea in Brawl to try to delay the inevitable, and hasn't always worked out well for them in that regard. I mean, I don't mind the Squeak, of course. The Shelly's always going to be good, but certainly to value the Gale as that first pick brawler, I don't know about that.
Some good slows coming down from Yoshi there. Just get the knockback too, but Ficro should be able to clean up Yoshi here. But actually, very close matchup as Chaos gets another hit. Curveball makes the connection, but traded out with that super. OP coming back in, uses that shell shock there to get some good slowdown. Back onto Motep again and cleans that one up too. Just a 2v1 versus Pekka at the moment on that end. But just waiting for his teammates to come back in.
Collecting things into the mid. OP going to bring the ball maybe forwards, maybe backwards. At this stage, it's hard to tell with SK, but nonetheless, the top right-hand side residue is very nicely done there, and almost actually a goal for SK off the line by Nouns and passing it to the right-hand side to try to just delay the onset, really. Is Pekka now going to probably pop super? And actually thinking better of it. The super to Yoshi is deterring the idea, but light plant down there for Firecrows in case he needs that HP. But nonetheless, SK trying to get the ball clear. Now's the hypercharge time for OPE, but not finding too much for it at the moment.
Yeah, super comes down. Would have maybe thrown that on the ball myself just to slow the progress of SK Gaming even more as OP cleans up this right-hand side with a bit of help from Yoshi slowing down. Pekka trying to move forward, but this Gale is actually doing a lot of work with that slowdown star power. Another shot coming in, gets the shots required and the damage to be able to bring them down. And a completely useless hypercharge from Ficro.
Well, Firecrow slowed just a little bit there, and I thought that maybe OP would have gone in for the smash, but it's nonetheless a very strong place for SK to be. OP tries to find it, but Pekka intercepts and sees it coming. Nouns, though, being aggressed here by Chaos, who again is that glue for SK, and he's been able to stay alive. Nonetheless, Pekka slowed. It's down to just Yoshi now as OP comes back in off the spawn to be able to do something about it. Clay Pigeons, Gadget don't mind that at all there from OPE. Just kind of clears things up, but that ball's still staying firmly in the mid.
Super from Firecrow as well, but doesn't find many connections. Motep's going to get 3 taps onto OP, but it's still not going to be enough. Now pushing forwards onto Yoshi with this barricade up. Shots coming through from Firecrow. Curveball should be helping out in here as well, stopping them from air. And the pull comes in, straight past Yoshi. A wall break was there as well, but was not enough to defend it. I think it was OP who actually broke the walls there. I'm not sure if that helped or hindered his team, but 20 seconds on the clock to make a comeback, and it's Nouns on top again.
And it's moments like these where the Gale really makes me question as to why it's been valued as highly. Twister there is not going to do much, and the ball going to trickle in regardless. You know, if SK had the lead, maybe that's when they would have been able to utilize the Gale. But if they don't have the lead to begin with, and Nouns have it in control, then what really effectiveness does that Gale bring to the table?
I mean, I actually didn't mind the Gale there, to be fair. I feel like they had a few good plays, they had some good control, but every time they had control, OP thought he saw an opening that wasn't really there. Going forwards time and time again, trying to get the goal, but there was just kind of, I mean, there was an opening because he had his super, but at the same time, it just seemed a bit too much.
Well, the awareness from Nouns in that last game was pretty solid. They've got to keep this up, and that's Motep with a bit of an opening here. Does find the shot, but the ball's still over the line. IKEA should be able to say, oh, that was almost beautiful! OP just in the nick of time, clears off the line, but that, if it went in, would have been beautiful, Trav.
I mean, I can't help but think maybe a direct super shot into the far left-hand side might have been a bit better, but I love this slow-down star power coming back in from the Squeak super. I've always loved it, but it did fall off quite hard when a little bit of a buff came to the other one, but now pushing forwards, and Nouns got the super available as well. Maybe a pass over to the left-hand side, but actually goes for the kill instead. Residue comes down as well, but Motep should still be able to push the spinning, got the pullback, but Chaos catches himself on the wall, defends it out beautifully, and survives that one as SK just pocket that ball.
Yeah, but for how long can they really hold on to this situation here? OP's low, trickling down more so from Firecrow there. And like Chaos trying to keep everyone in motion. Yoshi full HP though in the mid. That ball, the aggressiveness of Nouns really is keeping them pushed back here. And I just feel like it's a matter of time. OP really needs to connect with this super. But Firecrow flanking from that right-hand side gives them nowhere to go. Look at this, beautiful place from Firecrow. But can they get the ball out of this corner to his feet?
I mean, that's got to be a walk, right? There's not enough damage for Chaos to do here. It does get him down, but slots that ball in just in time through the left of him as he was covering that pass to the right. Nouns move up once again, but Chaos starting off strong on this left-hand side.
This could be a chance, a great opportunity for SK as OP can just use super now to break it through, and he does. Lovely stuff. SK tie it up with plenty much more time on the line here to be able to bring these forwards to a potential game win.
A Clay Pigeon hypercharge coming through here from OP, but dragged into an back. Bit of a tough spot there for him to survive. Chaos going to super forwards again, and that's going to be Firecrow going down. Life Plant can't keep him alive as it falls at the same time as he does, and Motep's going to die as well. That's not going to be the best position for Nouns now, but holding on at the moment. Hypercharge available from Firecrow, super from Pekka. They have what it takes to push out, but they've got to make use of these supers.
Good connection from Firecrow, staying alive as well in the meanwhile as he is low HP. Motep going to bring this ball through in the mid, and Pekka there, super, but great use there from Yoshi to be able to delay the onsets, as now it's that 3 versus 2. The SK are dreading going into overtime. Nouns might try to tie up right here, right now. There's 2 alive on the right-hand side. It's just going to be Chaos, and what can he realistically do? It's going to go the way of Nouns.
I mean, beautiful from Nouns there to be able to come off the back of being pressured as hard as they were to scoring a goal on the other side. I mean, it was such a close back and forward game, really solid set from both of these two teams here, but Nouns just seems to be a bit more composed.
Yeah, there's some chances, some glimmers from SK. I didn't mind necessarily from OP in that first game trying to make those goal-scoring opportunities count, because we have seen it. Some teams do drop the ball a little bit when it comes to their awareness. You know, Zeta come to mind actually as a team which time and time again have left a lot of open doors that if had gone through.
I mean, I feel like there was a straight shot to the left.
Possibly, actually, yeah. I mean, I don't mind it because ultimately for Flair, it's one thing, but I think, you know, it does have a bit of a place to try to get that far left-hand side pocket. The angle may have been there, maybe not. It's a tough one to call.
Yes, it is tough, I will say. You know, I mean, in the spur of the moment, sometimes you've just got to go for it if you're not sure about that pocket being open, but at the same time, not really sure that trick shot had that many legs. I mean, if it had gone in, I'd have absolutely loved it.
Yeah, you say that, but if it had gone in...
I'd have screamed it and it got in, but I still feel like maybe there was a bit of an opening. Not 100% sure, though. Don't have a go at me in chat if I'm wrong, but... you know, maybe I feel like there was a bit of a chance. I mean,
have a go.
Regardless, they did win, so I can't really complain that much, but... you know, the little things.
I'm all for the chat going in hard on you, Trav, I'll be honest. Like, they can give you as much stick as they wish. You know, it saves me a bit of time to be able to do it today, as it is always so enjoyable, though, I've got to say. But, I mean, if it had gone in, you know, you would have loved it.
I'd have loved it.
You would have absolutely loved it.
I would have loved it. I mean, there's no saying, I always love a trick shot, but... you know, when they're actually required and they do go in, it feels that little bit better in the heart. But we are moving on to double swoosh yet again. We've got the Sandy first pick, Colette, Rosette, and Squeak bands coming in from SK Gaming. Don't want to see any more of that Shelly. I'm surprised with that, considering it didn't do massive amounts. Nita and the Otis going to be banned out from Nouns. They've managed to bag themselves a Lou and a Buster. And, I mean, that's a pretty meaty combo.
Yeah, Buster being banned out a lot as well in the past couple of challenge days, and yet Nouns have been able to seal it 2 games in a row now. Lou as well, I mean, I bang on about it all the time. The strongest hypercharged brawler in the meta at the moment. I mean, I don't think there's really much to rival it in that regard. It just is something whereby if you time things correctly, you're leaving your opposition just static and just waiting to find their inevitable graves. Sandy's not a bad shout from SK, but so far, I mean, Jesse, I don't mind it. It kind of didn't work out for Reply Totem the other day on Double Swoosh. It was always a valid pick, I felt, on Double Swoosh, but the hypercharge just takes so long to be able to earn. And a lot of teams, we've seen it, haven't we? Those hypercharged turrets, when they come down, everyone's really astute to it, and they are very quick to eradicate it immediately. And we even saw the other day, Joker just kind of mistiming the order, and I'm doing the same with Jesse in particular. I want to be able to...
You're terrible, man.
No, it's not that, because certain brawlers like Bull, you can use your super and then hypercharge midway through using your super. With Jesse, you can't use your super with a turret and hypercharge whilst it's in midair. I was speaking to the devs about that very mechanic, and it's just not possible or not feasible at this moment in time, despite it feeling like the more natural thing to do.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Jackie's going to come in, and we saw how good of a pick that is against the Buster in that previous game, as it was Nouns. Oh, not Nouns, they're literally playing now. What am I on about? I'm losing it these past couple of days, aren't I, with team names? I don't know what's going on, but we saw it in the past. Zeta Division made use of it in that last game against the Buster, and it did work really, really well. 1 hypercharge is all that's needed.
Yeah, it's not in a bad place whatsoever. It's just a bit niche at the moment, and I'm not necessarily too sold on it here in Double Swoosh. I mean, I'm hoping that SK will make me eat my words, because I think it can definitely work. I think that when you've got that additional speed boost from the pneumatic blaster, then on the gadget front, you're able to just close the gap and cross over those bushes. And then if you've got hypercharge as well, you can get a team wipe pretty swiftly. But it's going to come down to how Nouns are able to approach it, how astute they are to it. And I do like the M's as well. I think that I prefer the Nouns comp, but can SK make this comp work? Absolutely so.
I mean, all it takes is one play, a little bit of a cover from the Sandstorm, either a hypercharged turret and a Jackie coming in. One play is all that it's going to take, but it's the same on the other side. A loose super with hypercharge, and the same can happen for the others. And the exact same, with Buster dragging people in and slowing down a P.E.K.K.A with that super. So it's all up in the air to who is going to win this one. Nouns seems to be playing better in themselves, but SK definitely still have a bit of foot in the door in this game.
Well, everyone just trying to seek each other out at the moment. No one wants to show their cards too soon. Like us there, just tries to get a little shot on the right-hand side, hoping the P.E.K.K.A is going to be a little bit closer than he actually is, but quite far back in those bushes and not really going to be having any real need to go in, as Motip now does himself, and that's going to push the entirety of SK over towards the left-hand side. 3 gems to SK. Queso closing the gap here, and he should be able to get a takedown. Firecrow there, though, just there for support and makes him think twice.
P.E.K.K.A wins that right-hand side, and it's kind of just been a back and forward with who they're picking up whatever gems are on their side so far, but Motep pushing around the left, trying to get some shots in on Chaos, does successfully get them down. But I mean, he's getting a super from just being hit, so he's not going to complain too much. OP's going to go and get the double stun out, but he does surely get punished for doing that. He goes down, P.E.K.K.A picking up a gem along the way and make that 2 as well, but the bounces from Yoshi are going to punish him, but actually Firecrow's going to re-punish the Punisher and get the kill too, and he's got his hypercharge as well.
Oh, lovely placement there. I guess nothing he can do about it. Motip just going to bring these gems back as he should. OP, though, might be able to stun it out. Can he close the angle? He can. Motip is so tanky. Returns with a gadget pop of his own, and that's going to ensure the countdown stays with Nouns. So reset by Yoshi. 1 more gem is still needed from that mid.
I mean, that turret's hurting. It's hurting a lot. Motep going to go for the grab now, and he does get it. I think the stun was just missed there by OP. Bounced back perfectly, just on the edge of that barricade. P.E.K.K.A flanking around the right-hand side, going to get Chaos down. Slow available too, gets that kill. But now Yoshi and OP still going forwards. I mean, why stun that? He's not going to do anything there. Not going to be able to get the reset, and this is going to be a Nouns game once again.
Yeah, good observation that gadget did miss a hit the wall from OP, and that may have been a bit of a difference maker. Nonetheless, it wasn't, and towards the end, you've got to focus on where the gems are, realistically. It's a tough thing for SK, because it was pretty much, in my opinion, overpriced at that moment in time, really. Nouns just played that bit better. I think as soon as the gems dropped on the floor, it was always going to be a bit of an uphill battle for SK to be able to get them back in their pockets. So this time round, you have to be able to value it just a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like Nouns Esports have got this one in the bag. Just a few takedowns and not really a hypercharge in sight from the Jackie there. Didn't really get a look in. Chaos not bringing that same energy. Get some big damage down, bounce back out of nowhere. I don't even know where that came from. And he manages to get a kill. 4 gems laying on the floor, but OP is going to be a much better advocate to get them than that Motep is. So he grabs the 2 on his side, but Motep's still playing this left beautifully. Chaos with a super, though, might be able to get a pull back onto Motep, and flashing it now, pull straight into OP. Not without IKaos taking a lot of damage along the way.
Yeah, nice play there from IKaos, just alleviating some of the threat that was Nouns then. In that moment, they were able to get 3 gems, the 3 now of SK, so all tied up, and IKaos not done there yet. Gets a double for his time, going in further on to then Pekka. Can he find a third? Someone does. It's going to be actually, Yoshi's able to kill still that moment, but nonetheless, SK looking a lot better compared to that last game. 9 gems to the 0 now of Nouns.
And a hypercharge ready for Chaos too. This little turret sitting back in the spawn. They're just going to wait for one to spawn on their side as well, and you can't really blame them for it at this point. Doesn't really matter. Can't really... Well, they're not going to be too willing to risk too much, but Pekka sitting so far back in case Chaos does come forward. Hypercharge there from Yoshi, throws it behind him as well. Great shots onto it from Fycro, but it's not going to matter. Hypercharge comes down from Chaos, cleans up, and 2 gems lay on the floor ready for OP to grab.
Much smarter. Really nice stuff from SK, and I've struggled to see how Nouns will get this countdown, but Fycro having hypercharge might have just made me change my mind. If he gets this connection up, he stuns it out and gets him eradicated. That is exactly what SK had to do there. It's not over yet, though. Pekka can try and make one final push for OPE on the right-hand side. Safe and sound. This set now all tied up.
Yeah, SK played that one so much better. It really was night and day difference for SK Gaming in this one. Some slight adjustments made by Nouns Esports can definitely flip the script once again and bring it back to theirs to make it 2-0. But SK, it's make or break for them at this point. It's going to be 1-1. It's going to be 2-0 to Nouns Esports, and such a pivotal moment for them, and especially for Nouns, as they're the ones who can still qualify.
A chance for SK to cause a bit of a spanner in the works. Chaos finds Motep yet again on the left-hand side. This is the opening stance that we need to see from SK to have. Oh, look at that. Beautifully timed by Chaos. He really is starting to thrive for his team. And again, I was just saying yesterday, he is, for me, the MVP of SK at the moment. And he needs to bring the fire now, as he is doing, to bring that morale back to where it needs to be.
I hope he's already got this super as well. Going to allow Chaos to go through this mid, but actually did get scouted out quite nicely. Stun comes through from OP, but instantly brought back, though, from the from the sandstorm, but it doesn't really matter as Chaos gets the kill anyway, and these gems are just going all the way of SK Gaming and the dominances as well.
Yeah, it's looking much more convincing for the most part. They're quickly taking care of it again. It's Chaos, and it is IKaos that is causing it. My word, he's just unstoppable and still going on that right-hand side. Someone please stop him.
He's so low on this left-hand side, but Motep's going to grab a gem, and he's the one who's going to want to be aggressive, but doesn't want to leave it on the floor waiting for Yoshi. Another one, Barricade comes in too late, and he gets the kill. Countdown starts for SK.
And this is where Nouns have got to reset things, and I struggle to see at the moment where it's going to happen, because, I mean, Chaos can just go on the super aggressive, the hypercharge yet again, another double on that left-hand side, and, I mean, what a game for SK, what a set, really nice stuff, but they've got to maintain it. We've seen Nouns start to crack a little bit over the past coming challenge days when moments like this happen, when they are tested and put down to the nitty-gritty of things, so how they recover in this next set is really quite important.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, SK, they looked a bit shaky in that first, but the second and third, the adaptations were made. Chaos got himself in some much better positions, actually got some hypercharges as well. It's a huge thing for SK to be able to win this set, because you don't want to be 2-0 down, especially against a team like Nouns Esports, who have had so many 3-0s since throughout this challenge season, and they managed to bring it back to 1-1.
Well, it's a bit on the fence, just a little bit regarding the Jackie coming into the matchup. I thought it could work, but I didn't think it was going to work quite as well as Chaos was able to demonstrate. Pretty, in my opinion now, a brawler that needs to be relatively highly considered on the bans, because, I mean, if that's anything to go by, I'm sure many are watching about that thinking, we need to kind of think about that strat ourselves.
And I mean, that's 2 games in a row it's worked like that as well. So against the Buster, if it's picked like that, you've kind of got to bring a Jackie in now, I feel, because it really does work an absolute charm for whoever is going to be playing against that Buster, and not just the Buster either. You're playing against an Ems who's able to slow you down, knock you back, and still getting kills like that. It's really solid from Chaos specifically, but SK all in all.
I mean, wonderful stuff. That's surely going to be up there with some of the best players we've seen all season long. And I mean, lovely timing for SK to bring it in against a team like Nouns, who many around the world looking at the SPS have been thinking, my word, going into this World Finals, this is the team that can absolutely win it all, and at the very least be up there with the top. And you know, going into those later stages of that bracket, I feel like they've got a good chance this year. And for them to start to slow down the advance in this series, I think very important for SK to have done it then, because if Nouns got to kind of 2-0 things, they may have just run away with it. We have seen them get almost reverse swept by Zeta Division in the early stages of this competition, though when they got that 2-set lead, we saw them get a little bit too comfortable as well. So maybe they need this to ensure that they can keep up with the pace. Goal on goal should be our next map. Knockout, of course, being the mode of bans for SK being Piper, Buster, and Nanny. The Buster, the Artie, and the Tick for Nouns.
Yeah, I mean, Mandy as a first pick, not really what I'd reach for, but I mean, I can understand why people want to do it with the super. It can do a lot against the squishier brawlers that will usually be brought in on this map. But at the same time, it's just not really for me. And I feel like it's a bit of an odd first pick. Yes, I get it a bit further down the line. Grey, I do prefer that quite a lot by SK Gaming. It gives that ability to TP in. You can play passive, but you can play aggressive too.
I'm with you on the Mandy. I mean, Reply Totem's probably the only team that have made me second guess myself just a little bit because they played it fantastically well. So it's not like it's a bad brawler, but it's just a very unforgiving brawler. And when you have that kind of as your first pick, you're making the big statement. You're saying like that you're going to be able to bring home the goods, and if you don't, then you kind of look like the person that's bringing down the team somewhat. And I don't really kind of recall it working out fantastically well for Nouns in the past, but we shall see. Grey, I much prefer. I know the Meg is one that we've kind of talked about a lot in the past, and we're still like not really feeling. I'm probably feeling it a little bit more than you. I know that you pretty much hate Meg at this stage, but I mean, you know, I'm warming to it slightly. I mean, it does have a bit of a place, especially in Knockout, has that survivability, but can be punished. You know, if you're out of mech in those later stages, you're not really bringing in much for your team.
I don't think it's a bad brawler. I just hate watching it. I hate seeing it picked. You know, it's just like
it's not flashy.
It has its moments. It tanks a lot of damage. It does some damage itself. But you know, I just like to see something a bit more skillful being played out. To be honest, either just eat a load of damage and deal even more. Lou and Brock. I mean, that is a couple of strong picks coming out of Nouns Esports as their second and third.
I like it for sure. I definitely do. I mean, Brock, I've always been a big fan of. It's just kind of that kind of safe brawler, which can obviously have the wall break and leave a lot of what FSK are bringing in exposed. But I mean, Grey, I mean, it's often so often banned in Knockout. I mean, that is kind of my first pick if I'm going to look at the draft that we're seeing in front of us. And you know, Nouns going with Mandy, I still think that could be their undoing actually in this. Gus, maybe I'll take that back. I mean, Gus has like been always pretty good in Knockout, but it dropped off hard a long time back, and you know, maybe SK for that reason, playing around with it now, think that they maybe just sometimes brawlers do that in Brawl. You know, everyone stops playing it because of the meta change, and then one team come in and go, actually, this is still relevant, and kind of show that it can still be worthy of a draft. But I'll be honest, I cannot remember the last time I even saw it drafted.
I mean, to be fair, it dropped off because of tanks, and there isn't really any tanks on the side of Nouns Esports, so I don't hate it. But with Kooky Popper being completely decimated by some balance changes and not even knocking back, it really isn't looking as strong as anywhere near it once was, because it fell off even before that change, and with it, I just don't really see it doing that much at all.
Well, we shall see an early break there from Pekka onto the mid walls, just to try to get as much of the map open as they can early on. I don't mind that whatsoever. Yoshi, below half HP here, is going to have to be a bit cautious in that regard. But both sides, of course, are trying to get that early super in, and ultimately when they've got that, they can be much more cautious around the game. But I mean, now the entirety of the map is open. One more gadget, I think, still available to Pekka as well, so going to be holding on to that for now. But so far, so good for both sides.
I mean, this is as broken up as the map's going to get without Chaos doing some walking gains. I don't feel like he's going to be using them in positions that are going to break the walls up. I mean, Lou's a solid brawler, but on a map like this where you can't really get your super too easily, you can't get your hypercharge too easily either, it becomes a lot less useful. Motep does have his though. Shield provided to Yoshi. Already, cycles it as well. Gets it back. Great hits coming in from Motep. There's the walking cane from Chaos. But now Firecrow flanking around this bottom side. It's a 1v1, but the super is a great super, but he still gets it. Yoshi holds on 287 and tanks it out.
Oh, it's moments like that, though, that I kind of want the Mandy to come out on top, so it kind of just demonstrates that it's got a place. But nonetheless, I mean, that was so incredibly close. Pekka going to fall here, though, and that could be disastrous for Nouns. 2 versus 3 now, and they've got to be, they get Yoshi out of the mech, but in the meanwhile, Firecrow falling, it's going to leave Motep in a 1v3 scenario. No way is he going to come out on top of the back of that one, and SK will take the first game.
I mean, the thing is, Mandy did so much in that first round. It was kind of just the rest of his team did nothing. You know, break up the map all you want, but at the end of the day, they're not really doing a lot whatsoever to help that Mandy out. He got a super that connected with 2 people, cycled it back, and still nothing from his teammates to help him out. The walking cane came in from Chaos and did take out Brock so easily, and that's something he's got to be cautious of.
Yeah, Nouns have got to play this one a lot safer, I feel, and not get too over-aggressive and carried away with themselves as we've seen them do. They get that kind of overconfidence sometimes, and even just in the kind of grand scheme of things, their win-to-loss ratio as well. Like, they were doing so well at the beginning and looks undefeatable, and they start to throw it all away, especially in the final challenge day, could come back around to haunt them. But I've got to say, they do have a very favourable head-to-head. So if that comes to any kind of relevance, then that is something to bear in mind, as they did get some favourable scorelines against the majority of teams, if not all teams that are in that stage. I think they've got like a 2-to-1, depending upon which teams you compare them off to in those head-to-heads. But let's see, though, as again, it's that same old story, both sides trying to earn those early supers to give themselves that bit of an advantage going in to then open up to some aggression.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Shots now onto Yoshi, but he's still tanking out so much of it. Pekka puts himself in a really bad position here, gets hit so hard, but Yoshi comes out, the Super Fycro's going to clean up. Walking Kane from Chaos to get him from behind that wall. OP gets obliterated, though. Chaos still has a chance here. Walking Kane on one, but a shot from Pekka will finish him off, and I think it was a rocket fuel to ensure it as well.
So little in it, wasn't there? Really, the jukes were absolutely there for Nouns. As one tap really would have made a massive amount of difference, really, in those final stages. But for SK now, they've got to be able to reverse sweep this game and get 2 rounds consecutively, or Nouns might be able to then tie things up a little bit more. Motive has super as well. Might want to wait to the later stages, or might want to try to go for it now. I'd suggest myself waiting, simply because then, as the gas closes in, you can try to line things up better and force your hand of your opposition to be in places where they wouldn't otherwise tend to be. But certainly for Nouns, this is their plan. Get everyone on supers, maybe try to get Fycro more towards a hypercharge in those really late stages. I think SK, really, for me, they got to be a bit more aggressive in this situation, no?
Yeah, I mean, it can't be too bad waiting to the late game. OP went all the way around the back to try and flank onto Motep, but obviously going to be outranged, and now the super comes in, not going to have his TP in time. Chaos gets obliterated by a super from Fycro and a super from Pekka. Motep doesn't have his now, but OP not in the best of positions to survive this one out. Uses the shield, but instantly gets killed anyway. Yoshi, good luck is all I can say, because you're out your mech and you're 3v1. Nouns Esports even things out, making it 1-1. 1-1.
This is now a very, very crucial moment in time, because there's just so much that can be earned off the back of a singular game on this side of things, and to get a set over the other, I mean, especially when it is this close, it's moments like that which can seal it early. And for SK now as well, they've got to go back to how they were performing in that earlier moments, and just kind of, they were quite aggressive. They had those slow starts, but then they started to really kind of make those moments count. And that flank from OP, I mean, I didn't mind it as a strategy, but ultimately you saw how simple it was for Motep. He just stood still and just was able to get the range buff off the back of that mechanic, and just didn't really have much of a chance. So I think that SK have got to definitely play this first round a bit safer, but also just notice when Nouns are starting to try and brew things up and go a bit more aggressive in those instances.
Yeah, OP was low, but he healed up quite nicely with some good shots from Fycro and Mandy. Will bring him back to half HP once again. And now Yoshi's trying to make a move on Pekka, but completely outranged at the moment. Sharpshooter, it's a bit of a tankier brawler. Super came from Mandy there, crossed the map right to left, but didn't find any hits.
Well, Yoshi's going to heal up now, I think, and he's definitely struggling a little bit against Pekka for the most part, but staying in mech, like I say, that is the key. A nice position there from OP, gets some good consecutive taps onto Fycro, and that's good from SK, and much, much better. Going into overtime now as the clouds are coming in from all angles. Fycro in a very out of position scenario here, going to fall immediately there. 3 versus 2. Again, it's just Motep. SK now going back to their roots.
Yes, definitely played that one a lot better, but got to be cautious here about this next round. Super should be starting to be built up for Nouns Esports. They're actually going to try and take them by surprise, all 3 down the right, and I don't think that's helped them out at all.
Spotted very early on. I don't mind the approach, though. I like moments like that. Those adaptations are certainly what can be the difference maker, but it was not that for SK. And now look at the positioning for them. They're not where they want to be, and Nouns will just be playing this very slow. The rocket rain is available there as well, and that's certainly a concern as the ice goes down. IKS just trying to scave his way to the right-hand side and almost goes down. OP, though, does get a connection with the cookie ball onto Fycro, and Fycro falls. It's now a 3 versus 2. Walking Kane is there onto Pekka, surviving on nonetheless. 3 is now a 2 versus 1, and SK will seal it.
Taking the set, then got so close at the end, but actually a toolbox out of nowhere coming in to save the life of the Meg and keep him in a bit of a tough position to survive that one out. SK Gaming taking this set, moving 2-1 up against Nouns Esports. And, you know, they still can qualify if they don't win this game, but the process is going to be so much easier if they do, and so much relies on that.
It really does. I mean, at this stage in the game as well, I mean, I was really impressed with how SK got out of that position. It was chaos, absolute chaos, but nonetheless, not an easy thing to do, as they didn't really have the best of starts. You know, Nouns were able to kind of foresee their strategy, and from that point, you know, being in those back left-hand sides and with those walls there, I mean, that was the saving grace in the end. But ultimately for SK, that was the round to win, really, for me. And now's got a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
They really do. And I mean, 2 in a row now needed to be able to win this game. As I said, yes, they can still qualify, but it's so much easier if they just win these next 2 sets and put themselves forward because of that. SK Gaming are in the lead, though, and they are looking better at this point as well. The last couple of sets have been so dominant for them. Yes, we've had some fight back in certain games from Nouns Esports, but the ones that SK have won have been all SK.
Yeah, and they kind of also came back to some of those moments where we've kind of doubted SK, you know. But where SK thrive sometimes is just simply by adapting on the fly. We've seen that a lot from teams like for Esports. They've been better and better at doing that. And for me, SK have kind of been deteriorating somewhat since LCQ at, you know, being able to switch things up and change that gear and show a team that they can take it all the way and just, you know, start to assert their authority back at them. And this is a moment where, for me, this is, you know, hugely exciting that SK are starting to now make some changes, make some good decisions along the way, and give Nouns a real run for the money.
Yeah, it's nice to see teams being able to, you know, fight off Nouns, considering how much of a confident position they'd be going into Worlds if they were just destroying every team in Europe and walking through to Worlds with, you know, a bit of a chip on their shoulder. But I think it's also good for them to kind of be brought back down to earth before that happens as well, so they're not feeling that confident heading into Worlds and still want to fight to the best of their abilities. Same time though, SK going to be doing the same. You know, they've started to come back, they've started to play well, and they're going to be feeling good heading into Worlds if they do win this game. Oh, we had a draft, but we don't need more. Gold Arm Gulch is the map. Oh, and actually it's split.
No, yeah, I was going to say, I thought it might have been Hot Potato even because it's a cold ban, or Kaboom Canyon, because Nouns have brought that in a lot, but split, I think, makes a lot of sense. Clearly, Nouns are a team that will bring in a Colt, and I don't mind that ban from SK for that very reason. But the Rika ban as well inside of Nouns, that speaks volumes to me as well. Both of these teams really kind of seem to show, for me at least, a really firm understanding as to how the other wants to play on the maps and modes that we're seeing. But Gale, for Nouns, I'm still not a massive fan of it unless you're applying it with kind of tankier options, and there's a Shelly on the side of SK. I mean, I don't know. It's certainly a brawler which can get you into the map quickly, but, you know, for me, it's like that later stage strat where if you've got like a Primo, that's one thing, and, you know, keeping that kind of tanky brawler on the zone and juking your way around things to buy some time, I get that pairing. Is the Shelly? I don't know.
Well, I mean, whatever the Gale can do in terms of getting people into the zone, the Grey can do better. Just TPing on, setting up that TP the same as you would setting up a Gale gadget, and you're going to have, you know, pretty much infinite of them. Well, obviously not infinite, right? You can gain them infinitely, though, in comparison to those gadgets. So I do like what SK Gaming have there, the Grey, the Shelly. I really like this combination, but at the same time, the Willow is going to be so good. You know, there is still throwers available. They're going to bring up the Sprout. Personally, I'd like a Barley a bit more than a Sprout.
I don't mind it though in the hands of SK.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I suppose we saw Joker do it really well. I think it was yesterday, throwing down those walls. But when there's a Gale on the map, it just doesn't seem to have that same effect.
I don't know. I think this could be SK's 3-1 for me. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, the Grey is a really fantastic thing to have. I mean, you can just literally line up the TP into the mid and just shoot to whenever zone. You know, I mean, that is such a core mechanic that's kind of missing on the side of Nouns. I think you nailed it perfectly. It's just the Gale jump pad is
still going.
There's the Primo. I prefer it, but I mean, I'm saying that there's a Shelly first pick for SK, so it's certainly Nouns saying, like, you know, hey, we're going to do this regardless. We don't care about that. We're still going to run with our initial strat. But I mean, if the Sprout is there, I mean, getting a lot of hits onto that Primo and then lays down a wall, what good is it? Like, the Primo is actually the perfect cannon fodder for IKS to be able to get those walls consistently down. And I mean, I think Nouns have got to play this really, really well to be able to get a set here.
Yeah, but even if he gets the walls, right, even if he shuts Primo off, there's still a Gale launchpad to put him straight back over that wall, that's the thing. So it's kind of, it's very 50-50 up in the air, I feel. It's pretty similar in terms of these comps. I just question if Primo's going to be able to do the work required to be able to deal with this Shelly, and so far, not so good for P.E.K.K.A as he's already going down so early on.
Yeah, a lot of Fists of Fury, but I mean, not really much more than that. As IKS there, yep, just going to place that wall. Firecrane needs to now go down, and that's why IKS is focusing his time fully on him. Or dive, the nick of time is going to bounce around. It will still come back to haunt both players as the trade is there, but my word, what an explosive start.
Primo not having the best of times here, and I believe it was probably a walking cane, right, pulling through this wall to be able to stop him and burn down a lot of these walls, and instantly Walking Cane in and super by the Shelly again. Motep moving forward though, gaining some ground. Walking Cane going to be missed. OP not going to be feeling too good about that, but dive down from Firecrow to put him back in a decent position. But Chaos cleans him up again and not going to die either. So it's going to stay up and keep control. But Becca back on the zone, but he's going to jump onto a hypercharged Shelly, and I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Pekka's got his work cut out for him. I mean, they're kind of sticking to the strat. They're not deviating away from the plan. I kind of admire them for that, but I mean, it's just going to be so tough. I mean, the Grey's going to be TPing away. The Shelly's just going to be blasting the Primo into the face. It's going to be so tough. But nonetheless, Nouns are in the lead. They just need that 8% more on the right-hand side, and Pekka might well just be able to get it off the back of this alone himself, and he is going to do that. Just 6% now. Yoshi's the final person to stand in the way of things. That right-hand side now locked in by SK, but Nouns again on that right-hand side, all safe and sound, and that was impressive. I'll be honest, I didn't see really a way that Nouns were going to be able to combat it, but they were seemingly doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of seems like at the same time that wall being broken up really didn't help them, considering the Gale could come across and help. But, I mean, you kind of need it broken up against the Primo, but you need the Shelly to be able to deal with it at the same time, and just having such a tough time of bursting him down when he can just be jumping straight onto the zone. I mean, they're going to do the same again here, walking Kane straight in, but Gale's actually going to start right this time.
Well, it's the same story, really. Now struggling to get that early start. SK have a fantastic start, and Super's being flashed on all sides. OP is there, and Yoshi's actually almost forcing Pekka to jump in there by baiting the launch pad. But I guess with that wall, just to place it down, and Pekka couldn't really get there in time. There's the jump pad that you did predict coming in to be able to go on the aggressive, and that is really solid stuff from Nouns in retaliation, because it's moments like that where if SK stay on those zones and don't get shaken off in those early moments, then it can just go from bad to worse. So Nouns are really putting up a huge fight against what for me was a clear out draft, but actually somehow it's neck and neck.
I mean, Yoshi was there, ready to use the super, but did actually get taken down by the Primo again. Motep going to try and fight off this right-hand side, but Yoshi wins the left, and OP's going to TP to the right-hand side now, and still has one in hand to go aggressive onto Motep again, but just getting some shots, blocking him in. But good knockback from Motep will keep him in the mix. Now jumping in is a Pekka with jump, and OP not in the better positions, but a TP away should keep them in a nice position. Got a little control there. Yoshi does take out his own teammate, but at the same time, Primo goes down from the positioning.
Nouns is still in the lead, just about as Motep now on the zone. It's just OP, and it's going to be forcing then his health to continue to be low. And as soon as Pekka comes in, if he gets jumped, that could be a moment where he will go down 85% now. And then Pekka just going to the left-hand side, and a good wall for the most part, but it's not really going to help SK get back on the zone. He's going to replace it now and open things up. Yoshi from the right-hand side doing his best, coming in here at the nick of time, but 6% is all that's needed. And Nouns, against all odds in this draft, are going to be running away with it and tying things up. I did not see that coming. That was an SK set for me all day long, and Nouns just embarrassed them.
I mean, they've managed to do it. The Primo really not being dealt with that heavily by the Shelly, and his ability to just move from left to right to left to right and just not really have that much of an issue with any of the players. He's just turning around, picking his opponents perfectly. I mean, Yoshi does get some nice TPs, some nice supers off, but I feel like his full focus wasn't really on the Primo for the entirety of that game, and Nouns just managed to pull it off.
I mean, you've got Shelly first pick. Your opposition still pick a Primo as their final pick. And I mean, you've got to be at that point like slavering, saliva at the mouth at the very idea that you're going to be able to come out on top. And SK just didn't manage to make that work. And I just don't kind of understand how. I mean, the Grey for me is one of those brawlers that, again, time and time again, banned out, for very good reason. I mean, and that, for the most part, worked out well. OP just able to evade a lot of what Primo was bringing in with the TPs and leaving that Primo kind of bare to be a lot more vulnerable. But, I mean, that was an SK set. I mean, they've got to be kicking themselves now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. I do feel like the Primo just overwhelms the comp. Yes, they had Shelly, but they didn't really have that much DPS other than that to deal with it, right? So if he just makes adjustments, moves from side to side, then I still think he had a decent position like that. But yes, Shelly should be able to deal with that 1v1 the majority of the time. It's kind of just Pekka did such a good job of moving about and picking his matchups, I think, picking the right time to go in, using the launch pad, then using his jump, avoiding some stuff, and I think that he just played it genuinely really well.
He is, for me, that player on Nouns that is just able to, well, I was going to say, like, thrive with Cordelius and Primus and all those really good picks, but hence the bans are there for both sides, actually. Colette, again, a must pick, and as soon as you see a Colette ban, you know where the coin toss has gone. First pick of Nanny for Nouns, bans of 8-Bits, Eve, and Cordelius for Nouns, and Cordelius, Griff, and Colette for SK. Obviously worried that Nouns will try to open things out a lot more. Kind of curious to see whether Nouns might bring in that kind of last pick, final pick kind of cult idea. It has been proving pretty successful in the majority of kind of heist maps. Kaboom Canyon is really open space. Gale going to come in for SK, but I just kind of wonder whether that kind of launch pad strat is really going to do too much when a Nanny can just open up the map regardless. I mean, sure, if you got that kind of slowing with the snow, you can combine other hard-hitting brawlers like Bees to really get more value, but I'm still not really sold on these Gale first pick ideas.
I mean, I doubted the Gale. I think it was on this map. I think maybe Zeta Division picked it or something like that on this exact map. Kind of said, oh, you know, the launchpad strat's not great anymore, but it just really wasn't used for that launchpad. Just jumping in, getting the knockbacks, putting people in tough positions, getting the slowdown, as he said, and hitting them with these hard-hitting brawlers. Jessie, if the couple of brawlers are slowed down, then she's going to be able to hit so many shots, get those connections, and get super and hypercharge. And I think that's going to be the difference maker. And now Nouns, do they just play the range and stay out the way of the Gale? It's probably the smart idea.
Yeah, they could certainly double down a bit on that idea. I think the nanny's a great thing to have. Certainly the Peeps are going to be able to keep them considering that defensive measure. But I think that against the Gale, against the Jessie, you do need to kind of match that ranged idea. Bell wouldn't be a bad shout. Very kind of safe idea. Lou, though, going to come in. I mean, you've got to ask yourselves at this stage, you know, when Lou has played everywhere, maybe Lou's in need of a bit of a down tune. I mean, and it's going to be cold. Yeah, I quite like that from Nouns. I think especially with their nanny, I kind of like what they're bringing in here. Lou's like really safe if SK bringing a tankier option as well. And, you know, they're just going to be outranged, really. The nanny's going to get a good matchup into pretty much everything so far. And the Colt, if left on the safe untouched, I mean, that can go from bad to worse situation incredibly quickly, and SK have got to be prepared for that.
Yeah, maybe I take a Brock or something like that that can get a few of those, just 3 shots will bring down a Colt pretty much. I wouldn't mind a Brock or something like that at this point, slow down from the Gale and hit the shots. They can actually get it with a Piper, which seems quite weird to me considering it's into a nanny.
Yeah, the nanny's the hardest counter to Piper. I think that for me as well, SK don't tend to play Piper. You know, I can't remember the last time that I've really seen them playing it. Not to say that that's a good or a bad thing, but certainly, like you mentioned, I mean, you're picking it into a nanny to begin with. Certainly they can try to force the hand of those kind of interactions on the lane sides, but I mean, I don't mind it necessarily into brawls like Lou. I think that, you know, if you keep them at bay, and, you know, Colt's relatively squishy to a Piper as well. So it's not the worst, but it's certainly not the best in the circumstances that they've got. And, you know, I just think that the Nouns comp is just a bit more polished for me.
And I feel the same way. It's just a question of whether or not Yoshi's going to get a lot of value or if he's just going to be a bit of an issue as well. Shots now coming through, and it was an early break with the silver bullet from Pekka there onto that mid wall to give Motep a bit of a gap in the mid to play through, but he does get homemade recipe by OPE. Vicro now pushing forwards, trying to get some damage on safe. Way too aggressive for my liking.
I'm loving the start from OPE. I mean, he's absolutely tapping so far, focusing again on these weaker brawlers like Motep and Pekka as well, and actually even got some good connections with Firecrow as well at the beginning. But now Pekka's winning this left-hand side, and this is where Nouns creep through. Yeah, 2 players on the save here. You've got to come back over. Yeah, exactly. Get some taps into Firecrow, and now I guess off the spawn, but it's just not enough, and there's no takedowns here, and that's the key. I mean, that's 50% pretty much gone already on the SK safe.
Pekka's still beaming as well. I mean, I'm not sure what OP's positioning was there. Definitely wanted to pinch from behind, but it kind of seemed like he wanted to go for a bit of damage rather than defending. Blue Super was there, but now has gone off the map and opened up this left-hand side for Yoshi now, but Pekka ready to fight him off again. Silver wall comes through. Don't know if he was just trying to break that wall or try to get a concrete connection. Chaos quite low on this right-hand side, but so is the nanny. Having to back off now and slowed down by a few shots of Yoshi, but Pekka is beaming.
The problem now is that OP's got no more gadgets, so there's no more homemade recipes to be able to fall back on. You've got to land your shots, and since the beginning, he hasn't really been doing that. And now, damage on the safe. Pekka being able to get a little bit more further towards getting this game in the bag. Chaos with a turret there on the safe. Motep's not really the best to be able to defend against it, but does manage to get it taken care of. And meanwhile, Chaos is juking around this situation and still being left untouched. Now's just going to leave him, and that could be dangerous, especially if Chaos is able to get another turret, but he's not at the moment. He's just getting chipped trickle damage, and that's not going to be enough for SK.
Hypercharge ready for Motep as well, choosing to try and leave this, but he's actually going to get some bounces onto the nanny as he's trying to TP in. In comes this now, and a little gadget was placed there by Yoshi, not sure what that was really doing, not even using these bounces. I just realized Twister is going to be his star power, his gadget of choice, and a little hypercharge from Motep just to get him up the map. Vicro coming forward, some shots, tank it if you want, but it's going towards the safe around you or through you. Nouns going to move to match point.
I'm still confused with the Gale pick. I mean, isn't that not like just like pretty much the #1 reason why you'd bring it in, just to have as a gadget? But whether that's a mistake or intentional, I'm not too sure. Nonetheless, it's going to be going the way of Nouns so far. SK have got to start to make some adaptations, and I just don't really feel it. I mean, again, if they get like a good start, they've got to hold that mid control, and that's where those early gadgets from OP are going to be really, really solid for them. And again, that is looking good so far. One there. Damage gear rolling in play, but Firecrow actually able to win the right-hand side kind of deflates the very idea.
Like, I've seen the Gale pick played by other players and dominate, so I don't know if it's just the Gale or if SK just seem all over the place, not really playing as that cohesive unit that they need to be playing as. Firecrow is going to go down though. Nice pinch from Yoshi at the back. Hope he's going to get a kill and follow with a few more shots as well. Jump available. Might want to get rid of this open his back wall here. But through goes this peep, and he's going to be moving towards that safe to get some damage.
Yeah, just about there. The pixel really did make the difference for Nouns, and they are getting some damage for themselves. IKL on the safe with OPE, and that is keeping things neck and neck realistically here. Chaos almost got frozen now, but Pekka nonetheless utilizing that slippy and slidey motion to get the kill. Viker's still in that bottom right-hand side pocket here, and that's going to have to pinch this and just shake him off it.
Yeah, just going for some more damage before he does go down. Motep, the only one really playing this mid now, and OP with a great shot with that damage gear activated, getting the kill. Silver Bullet comes through to stop them moving from right to the left. Some great taps once again from OP. No homemade recipes, and I feel like that was the big turning point in the last game.
Yeah, Nouns really can start to try to pick things down, and if they juke the shots of OPE, they can find some space maybe, but it's only 2% in it still, and at the moment now, the lead definitely much more sided with SK. This is where I was saying they've got to hold this mid, and tough thing to do when there's peep coming in, but OP is going to be forced away. I think Firecrow kind of had to TP there as early as he did, because ultimately there's not really much more he could have done. His teammates will clear things up, but now it's back to Nouns to make the response.
Yeah, this is a great spot for Nouns. 50 seconds on the clock. This is probably where you want to be. You know, if you go down, you've still got a chance to push back, and if you don't, then you're holding it for the rest of the game. Firecrow going to play this right side against Chaos, and he is not going to be happy about that matchup for the side of SK here. Jesse not going to find that many connections, but Hypercharge, Super, both ready at the same time, ready to roll. Should be able to throw this out and get some control back against Vicro, but a couple of taps with that on this is not going to be good. Now getting the kill should surely go down, but Pekka activates his as well. Tries to duplicate what he's doing on the other side. Oh, I mean, we picked up the kill on the right-hand side, but Pekka's got to make something magical happen here. Super available. Oh, doesn't get OPE. Bit of damage on the save, but that hypercharged turret still sitting there. 15 seconds though. Peep coming forwards. TP in, but he's not getting anything from that.
Nouns have got to go, and they've got to go now. Motive there with the hypercharge will find Yoshi, but is it going to be enough time for Pekka to be able to come forwards? He's maybe a few taps away from Super. If he managed to get it, he might be able to find it. It's still going to be SK defending for now, but only just they'll take the game. But it's not done yet. All tied up, match point. This one can go either way. My favorites are still Nouns. I think they kind of just dropped the ball a little bit in that one, but SK proved that they can make it work just about.
I mean, SK played that really well. They defended perfectly, and I mean, although that hypercharged turret was played defensively, it worked defensively as well. I feel like we just saw in those closing seconds, Firecrow TP way too early, feeling too confident about getting one of those kills. But in the early game, he's playing well.
Well, it's a better opening here for Nouns, and so far, IK's the first casualty. Coming back in now, though, and OP there, helping with his teammates to get the pinch off. Now, it's a 3 versus 1. It's going to be a very good opportunity for SK to get this damage, and as we've said before, these early moments are tending to be where they are strongest, and for that very reason, they've got to get as much bang for their buck as they possibly can. There's going to be Firecrow now coming in with the peep, and that might then force SK to consider themselves a little bit and go back on the defense.
Yeah, stun there just before OP could jump, and now Firecrow in a good position. Might be able to get a couple of taps onto OP here and survive, but he's going to go for the safe, and Motep moving forwards to get some big damage in too. Too focused on defending that left for him to allow him to come around this right. Pekka does go down to a nice blustery blow there of Yoshi.
She's going to stick to the left-hand side there as well. Definitely a lot of pressure mounting, surely, for Nouns. Not too much in it in terms of the percentages, but it's SK that are looking a bit more in terms of survivability, staying alive and keeping the threat alive. There's the last gadget there of OPE. So this is where Nouns have really got... Oh, that's a beautiful connection. I was going to say got to go, and they absolutely came to life, and that might put them on the map. But again, in terms of the actual objective, they're still behind.
Just trying to keep Chaos low, and Firecrow going in way too aggressive with no help. Considering they're just choosing to leave Chaos here, they were just waiting to push up to not allow him to get that super. Great taps from OP yet again. We don't even see it, but he's picking up kills.
Pekka, for me, is that damage dealer, and we haven't really kind of seen him on the safe as much as he needs to be really here for Nouns to have a fighting chance. There's a big jump in from OP, trying to keep them back. Firecrow, who's going to be using a super here. I mean, I'm not too sure about that, but nonetheless, clears things up. SK have got 20% left of damage to be dealt, and Nouns are still very much behind here.
Yeah, Pekka uses super, but knockback from Yoshi cuts it short. Great connection there from Firecrow, but he needs more onto Chaos, needs to win this lane. OP quite low on the right-hand side, 30 seconds on the clock, and damage needs to start rolling in now for Nouns. Connection onto him, but Motep falls low in the mid. OP might be able to get this kill here, but he's going for Pekka instead, who's the big damage deal, but he's getting some great taps. Down SK fall. Super comes in from Motep, and Firecrow letting go at safe. Now the hypercharge comes in. Super from Pekka too. Gadget gear, damage gear in the mix. Now they take the lead. 17 seconds, still bursting down, but SK on the break. Motep trying to get OP down. He does get that kill, but Yoshi moving forwards. Hypercharge stun coming in from Motep. Nouns take it, but it was a close one.
What an amazing final moment. And it's Nouns that take it as a result of just perfect timing. Sunny, unreal stuff.
It is unreal. I'm speechless. What just happened there in the last 20 seconds? I would have loved to have that moment for the telestrator. Obviously not enough time to come back from that one. Nouns turning things around after all, and Gale not working out today.
Wow, I hate to say I told you so, but ahead of this match, I said this was going to be the banger that we would love to see at the top of the challenge season. They've left it all the way till the last day, and that was absolutely amazing to watch. Right the way down to the wire, right the way down to that final map, even to the final 20 seconds. Nouns just by their fingertips managed to secure their spot in the challenge finals. Ark, you're shaking your head. What's going on?
I'm just in disbelief at the final climax of that game. I mean, that was really one where I had my kind of heart in my mouth. It could have gone absolutely either way. And I mean, SK as well, they managed to get OP further forwards just to land a couple of taps. I mean, that could have swung really, really quickly. I mean, just really thrilling stuff. And kind of what we come to expect from the SPS. But nonetheless, when you see it happening like that, it just goes to show you like how close some of these matches really are.
And speaking of that, you know, in that opening map, we had Brawl Ball. Nouns seemed to not really start that strong, and then they picked up momentum and then bang, put their foot on the gas and just absolutely obliterated SK, let's be honest, in Brawl Ball. But kind of identifying that Ope was pushing up again by himself, leaving SK exposed, getting taken out, and then leaving it in a 3v2 almost every single time. And then when we then progress through onto the following maps, they seem to find their feet, seem to synergize a little bit more, Trav?
Yeah, it did seem that way. They definitely brought it back really, really strongly. And I mean, it all kind of started from that Jackie pick. Chaos bringing that in and absolutely dominating. And I just feel like every play SK make, it's all Chaos. Like, that's just what it seems at the moment. I feel like he just needs to, you know, have some of the members of his team, whether that's, you know, making the plays themselves or just assisting in what he's doing it is the big thing. But I mean, a big win for Nouns Esports to guarantee themselves that spot in the challenge finals, joining Humble up there now as well with the guaranteed spots. It's a big thing for them, and it's a big thing for them to beat a fellow World Finals qualified team in the late stage of this season.
Yeah, something that, you know, we managed to kind of have a look at during that gem grab as well is that Nouns were playing as a team extremely aggressively, like something that we're used to throughout the challenge season. SK went on that counter-aggressive, and then suddenly it was almost like Nouns didn't expect it, and then they managed to absolutely steamroll them through that gem grab, Sunny.
They definitely did. I'm not sure if they can hear me, actually.
Oh.
Maybe there's something wrong with my mic.
Oh, the mic might not be working. Ark, I'm going to throw it. I'm going to take that, I'm going to throw it while Sunny goes over to the telestrator. There's 7 things happening at once, and I'm absolutely loving it. But Ark, gem grab, SK's game, loved it, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was like very, very thrilling. IKEA, as Trav says, the MVP of that one. I mean, you couldn't have played a better match, in my opinion. That Jackie needs to be banned.
Ooh. I mean, the thing for me is, right, like, OP, he had his moments. Piper, it was beautiful. His plays were amazing on Piper. But the highs are high, but the lows are low as well, and that's the thing. I feel like for him to really concrete himself as, you know, one of the best players in the game, not saying he's not ready, it's just got to be more consistent.
All or nothing plays, but that's what we like to see, especially on the final day of the challenge season. Right, Sunny, are you going to break down some absolutely epic moments from that titanic clash that we just saw?
We talked so much about Chaos absolutely popping off for the side of SK Gaming. Now I want to show you what Pekka does for his team. Honestly, I'm still have to recollect myself a tiny little bit after what we just witnessed, because losing a 3-2 after this whole match, and then it all comes down to the last 20 seconds. Kind of unfortunate, but Nouns Esports therefore taking this last spot, or their spot for sure. Is it this one? We have 2 splits. Our segments for you today. So it's the moment of the second match in split, and it really looked like SK Gaming had the better comp. They had Chaos on the Sprout, which is always something you want to have, and they really looked like they should have it in the bag, being in the lead 2-1 in the sets. Now Nouns Esports kind of changed something from that point on, only winning matches after this one, taking it 3-2 in the end. They kind of had to, and now we see why. SK Gaming absolutely dominating. We can have a look literally anywhere. They get to take down onto both Motep and Pekka on the right-hand side. Firecrow is falling to Chaos on the left-hand side. And we're going to watch just that little segment right now. Yoshi doing so much work on the right-hand side with that Shelly pick, Ope getting the walking cane done, and all three members of Nouns Esports falling. Now SK Gaming looks like they should have that one in the back, complete control. Yoshi even doing a little trick with Pekka up there on the right-hand side, almost taking him down, or making him jump into the map. And now we have the complete opposite. It looks like SK Gaming has everything in the back. Chaos has a wall, so he can just stand in the zone, but then Motep comes in with a little sneaky gale jump head just there in a little second, and everyone from SK Gaming just tries to defend Pekka. Pekka gets a triple kill in that moment. And we're gonna have a look at that. Chaos places down his wall. Motep jumping in, getting the takedown onto Chaos. Ope teleports over from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, trying to get rid of Motep. Now, also aiming the gadget. Might have been a little mistake. Grey gadgets can't be auto aim for some reason. Pekka getting the takedown onto Yoshi now. And with that, everybody has been falling. Yoshi even popping a hypercharge. It doesn't help him. Pekka just clean sweeps them. And that has been the moment where Nouns Esports realized we can still win this one.
Thank you so much, Sunny. You know what? Staying on the topic of Hot Zone, absolutely loved seeing it. Loved seeing the choice from Pekka to get on Primo as well, because we're all talking about Sprout building those walls on the side of SK. We're thinking, oh, it's going to be a repeat of yesterday, but then absolutely popping off as Primo arc.
Yeah, I mean, it's that Shelly as well, which I was really worried for him. But you know, he is that player where when we get to see him on the Primos and the Cordeliuses, I mean, it's just so enjoyable. He just has those really fantastic pop-off moments. And I mean, it's just, I mean, one of those players that just has fantastic skill, great juking, great amounts of pressure, and you know, just such a bold statement from Nouns, considering the first pick Shelly was there for SK, to still bring that in as their third and final idea, looking straight down the barrel of the gun and saying, hey, we're not scared by it. We're still going to go with our original strat. We're going to keep things as we were and get the results off the back of it. I mean, I was really worried for them. I said it. That for me was when SK were going to take it 3-1, and they turned it around.
They did indeed. Well, by the skin of their teeth, Nouns managed to remain in the running. Well, they have qualified, sorry, for the challenge finals. Congratulations, nice one, Nouns. But by the skin of your teeth. So, here we go. We're going to move in to our third match of the day. And this one has the potential to really shift things. This is where the movement is really essential on the leaderboard, because we've got two teams who are going to be going head-to-head, and only one of them can go through into the challenge finals, and one can make the difference, and it's going to be VN Esporting going up against Reply Totem after this very quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name's Barney and I'm joined by Trav, Sunny and Ark in the studio, and it is time. Hold on to your seats because this next one is going to be scrappy. A mixed bag of results for both of these teams throughout this entire season, but leading into this day, it has never been more essential to get a win to try and ensure your qualification through to the challenge finals, but also it kind of sets the tone for the rest of the leaderboard. Okay. Both of these teams really showed up yesterday against two of the strongest teams in the challenge season. Reply Totem 3-1'd Foot Esports and VN Esporting 3-0'd Nouns Esports. So with that being said, how do you even call this one, Trav?
I don't think you do, to be honest with you. I genuinely think it's like the most 50-50 game there could possibly be at the moment, and how influential it's going to be as well is absolutely massive. I just feel like it's going to be who's going to be able to deal with that pressure more, and I can't help but think that's Reply Totem.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. Sunny, let's focus on VN Esporting first, okay? The aggressor. We've talked about it time and time again. They have this linear approach to their play style. It's just aggression. But does that in turn make them predictable and thus put Reply Totem on the front foot?
I don't really think so, because yes, they play aggressive, but when they play against another team that is playing very aggressive, like we've seen yesterday, they also tend to change up their strategies, change to a more passive comp, and it did seem to work out in the end. Playing a lot of hypercharge as well works out for them as well. We now see also on our screens how they did the impossible, beating 3-0, beating Nouns Esports 3-0 in the end. Just with some good ideas, bringing Sandy back into the meta, which we haven't seen a lot really, especially on a hot zone map here. All in all, they are very adaptable.
Right, you are actually. VN Esporting did kind of shift their approach a little bit yesterday, but who knows how they're going to approach today. Ark, we love a history lesson. The last meeting between VN and Reply Totem, there was a VN victory in Split 2 in Open Cup 3, but does that tell the whole story?
I don't think it really does for me. I think it's still one of those things that you've got to consider the roster change for VN Esporting. That's kind of definitely up there with one of those things that we're still kind of seeing how it's going to fare. I mean, sometimes it looks really, really great, and other times not so much. I think Busco is fitting in nicely, but I think at the beginning of the season for me, I was a bit more excited by some of what VN Esporting were bringing to the table, and now I'm just kind of a bit more feeling like Reply Totem are starting to get their act together. I mean, certainly when you look at the BSC scorelines as well, the running was back in February, so such a long, long time ago now, and it was still Reply Totem who came out on top then. I just feel like kind of what Trav's saying has got a lot of merit. They are that squad which have had a great deal more history as a squad, and they've been through these moments of tried and tested, times when they are up against it. And this is one of those times. I mean, we look back yesterday, Foot Esports, going into that matchup, I said that, that is the biggest of mountains for Reply Totem at that stage of the competition to climb. And that they did. So today, they're going to be feeling very much good about the situation. Nonetheless, VN Esporting definitely going to give this one a very, very good run for their money. It's going to be, by no means, be that easy feat, but certainly, Reply Totem have got what it takes to be able to get this win, in my opinion.
Ooh, I feel like it is that kind of, that thriving under pressure scenario for Reply Totem. I mean, given yesterday's result, like you've already said, the proof's in the pudding, but throughout the challenge season, Reply Totem have lacked consistency. It's either, a 3-0 or a 3-1 in favor, or they just completely fall apart. Does that consistency, maintain from here on out because the pressure is on? Who knows? Time will tell, because we've got the draft on our screen. Trav, you're going to kick us off and talk us through what you're thinking so far, and then I can let these two run off.
Well, Barley's being banned out on both sides, and the Stu and the Dynamite going to be banned out from VN Esports. And to add to that, Barley, Nita, Rosa, and Barley from the side of a Reply Totem, and then B going to be that first pick.
Indeed. Brawl Ball to kick things off. Who's got the prowess on Brawl Ball, do you think, Sunny?
That's a really good question, actually. I feel like both of those teams are actually really, really strong on Brawl Ball. We have seen some, I don't know, mind reading on the side of Totem sometimes when they just break up the map in the nick of time to just a millisecond before they place the ball into a corner. B coming out of VN Esports saying now Squeak and Cordelius going out of Totem. I do like both of those approaches. We have some tank counters and some control now. Regards to predictions, by the way.
Yes, indeed.
I kind of have to stick with what I said. I feel like VN Esports is going to make it into the top 4, and in order for them to really secure that, they need to win this one. So I'm going to say they're going to win this one 3-2 once again.
Okay, 3-2. VN Esports. What do you say, Mark?
Funnily enough, I agree with Sonny at the beginning of the season about those teams that were going to make it through, and VN Esports was that team. But, I mean, we weren't necessarily sure how it was going to fare leading up to things. And, I mean, the way that Reply Totem have just been able to bounce back, I still have got to side with them on this one. I think it could be a close one. It could be a 3-2, maybe a 3-1. But either way, I think Reply Totem will take it. I'm going to say 3-1 for them. I'm just getting some flashbacks yesterday of when FUT Esports had that B pick, and it was always the one that was left, and Reply Totem were able to win Brawl Ball there. But we'll see. I like how things are shaping up.
Well, Ark and Sunny, I'm going to talk privately with Trav about what he wants to have as his prediction, but please move on over. Like we said earlier, this series is the most crucial of the day. One stays and competes in the Challenge Finals, and one goes home. It is time for Reply Totem versus VN Esporting.
What a match. We have all been waiting for it today because it all comes down to this. Who is going to be the last team that makes it into the top 4? We never had a season where Reply Totem has been playing and not winning it in the end. So now not even making it into the finals, maybe.
I'm just loving the primo pick for VN Esporting right now. I'm just kind of like, I do. That's always an exciting thing to see. I was just like distracted by it, but now I'm equally distracted by the Shelly pick from Reply Totem coming in to be able to counter that. I mean, certainly for me, VN Esporting got the more enjoyable comp, and you know, in that regard. But maybe Reply Totem's a bit more surgical as a counter measure. Nonetheless, I mean, this is one of those series where it's going to make the biggest of impacts for either side. So, I mean, this first set going to be very, very crucial for someone to be able to gain off the back of this. It's you know, the most important match this season for these two teams.
I'm just hoping for some great plays coming out of this one. I see a brawler that can break up the walls from the side of Totem, and I just hope for some mind reading. Once again, already gets taken out there on the right-hand side, though. Maru leaves his 2 teammates alone. Joker tries to sneak that one in with a super shot, almost, but not quite. 3 people from VN Esporting now pushing up. Could that be a counter goal? Not quite.
Just off the line there, but Maori did really, really well. And Maori there with the final tap to seal it, but not out of the woods by any means at all. Maybe still alive. Great use of jump there from Joker just to be able to ensure it. And now a chance to go fighting back. But I'll have to see it back when Joker went for the shot. I think there was an angle there to be found, but nonetheless, Reply Totem not letting it bother them, just keeping things moving forwards. What a connection there from Maori. And that's a swift takedown for sure.
Joker taking Busker into Shadow Realm. Busker just waiting it out. He knows he needs his super to break the walls. It doesn't. Murray just lots that one in. Well played by Reply Totem. 1 minute 30 on the clock now left for VN Esporting to turn things around. I didn't even see that one coming, and I believe they didn't either.
Got to jump in from Busker, but straight into the arms there of Maru, who's getting a lot of taps. Rama as well, not looking too healthy himself. Maybe it's Logan trying to use the Rattled Hive here to get some good shots, and the ball pass through, but not really the fastest of passes. He wanted it soon. You could see he was spinning for it, but it took a while, and that might prove costly. Great gadget yet again from Mavis. He is doing wondrously well on his left-hand side, and Reply Totem still keep on defending.
VN with the double kill. Rama gets the pass, and he does lock that one in. 1-1 now, even out the score in this very first game in this matchup. Mara now waiting it out on the right-hand side. Hypercharge and super ready. He pops it now, gets to take down to Rama. He finds one. Does he find another one there? Maybe still standing. The break of the wall is there. And that's what I was hoping for. Reply Totem proving once again how strong they really are in Brawl Ball. Kind of sweeping them here. VN had some shining moments, but to me it felt like Reply Totem was under control.
So for me, this is why I just feel like Reply Totem will take it, because, like, they are not looking at the beginning of the season like they were when under these moments of stress and uncertainty coming out and prevailing, whereas that was a great example of that, you know, just being able to recover from that blunder and then get a goal, but then also concede, but then come back around to make sure that at the end of the scoreline, they are the ones that are out on top, and straight away it's down to VN Esports to be back on the defense. Joker already has super as well and will likely want to use it in just a minute. Maru as well straight into Buzzco and traded out nonetheless. Joker though in now out of the realm, now gets the ball and finds it. There's the walk in straight away, 30 seconds on the clock, and VN Esports have got to respond now.
It really feels like a proud Totem just sees the bigger picture. They always have a plan behind everything, even if they try to get rid of some brawlers on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, their goal scorer is already ready. Maru gets a takedown. Mibus falls low there, has to fall back a tiny little bit, doesn't hit anyone with his super. Rama trying to push out of that spawn situation, but it looks like Reply Totem might even be able to make it a 2-0.
Maru's been doing phenomenal work on this Chile, just cycling hypercharge after hypercharge, and it really is the difference maker for me. Joker getting some great aggression there onto Buzzco, but now finally falls, and there's going to be a chance for Buzzco to try and get this ball clear as Maru on that right-hand side still just clearing house, and just every shot he seems to fire just seems to land.
Maru is especially good at creating some distractions. For now, Sandy Sandstorm in mid. Maybe Rama still survived that situation despite of their teammates going down, getting the takedown themselves, and they play the long game now. They have 1 minute left on the clock, technically more than enough to still turn things around here. Or now on the left-hand side, sweeps Mebius though. Busker trying to go up against him. Primo versus Shelly, an unlikely matchup, doesn't survive that one. Rama, the last man standing, doesn't do his action. This might as well be a 2-0 now.
It might as well be a 3 versus 1 as Maru is just every single time landing the mark. There's the goal to seal it for Reply Totem. They'll take the first set in explosive fashion.
Really well played by Reply Totem, once again proving that they have what it takes indeed. They finally started waking up yesterday, or yeah, in the last few matches, and now proceeding with how they started, showing us once again that they are the true masters of Brawl Ball. I didn't really feel like we had a lot of shining moments from Vienna New York.
I mean, they, if I'm not mistaken, did pick the Primo into the Shredder. Was the Shredder final pick? I can't quite remember, but nonetheless, I mean, that is a brawler that you kind of have to ban, and Reply Totem still are that team which will more often than not pick the Shelly. I mean, their play rates have got to be very, very much up there when it comes to that particular brawler. And again, Hypercharge for me, as we've discussed, it is a bit of a difference maker. And, you know, I wanted to see a bit more from VN Esports in that regard. Some good picks. I don't mind necessarily the comp that they brought in. Didn't really feel like the draft was so bad against them, but just, you know, a lack of value towards certain members of Reply Totem, namely Maru, on that shaded pick. What a explosive game for him. He just absolutely nailed it.
He never lost his lane on the right-hand side. I really felt like he had everything under control. Again, creating some distractions there. Joker picking up the ball then on the left-hand side and making it a clean sweep in the end. Really, really strong, really well played from Totem. I do remember that game against Team Queso. You were kind of bashing on them. Have they returned now, finally?
It's too early to tell. It is too early to tell. I mean, that was a great start, but, you know, again, I'm looking to see how Reply Totem recover from blunders. You know, in that matchup, that first set, Reply Totem really didn't land the Colette on Kabim Canyon. It just kind of didn't work out. Joker missing the wall a couple of times, but you can't do those sort of things. And then missing the Jesse turret in double swoosh as well later on in that series. You know, those mistakes just kind of tended to stack. Now, we saw a couple of mistakes in the early moments of that game, and they recovered from it. They didn't let those mistakes define them, and that's what they got to continue to do. Now, if we see in these later sets that starts to creep back into play, then VN Esports are that team that can capitalize on those mistakes. So assuming that they just keep that kind of mental up, they can continue to keep this kind of win streak up.
VN really has been following a pattern, namely always losing the first set apart from yesterday. So they just follow the same pattern. Maybe winning that second set now would be nothing surprising to me. VN really have a strong mental when it comes down to turning things around. And it really seems to be their favorite position they're in right now. Being 0-1 up really motivates them. Heading into the draft now, 3 throwers out of the way from the side of VN Esports team, going with the Mac here. One of their favorite picks, but I know someone that isn't a fan of it.
one of their favorite picks, not necessarily one of my favorite picks. And I do feel like this is quite a strong mode for Reply Totem. They just demolished for Esports yesterday in Knockout. Not Bells Rock, of course, but nonetheless, they just seem to value their lives greatly. And more often than not, at the ends of the rounds, they were standing on their feet. And you know, as much as the Meg can be a great threat, I mean, yeah, Bell for the mark, it's always going to be a great thing to have on Bell's Rock, just in terms of the lanes in the mids, the way it's situated. And I think they can get a lot of great value. The Grey as well. I've heard Joker say many a time in voice chat just how good that brawler is, and in my opinion this is the best mode for Grey. I mean, in a map and mode where getting takedowns really does count, Grey can come in at that moment of weakness and just come out with the goods, and it's a very good starting hand for me from Reply Totem here.
For me, it's one of the best counters to any throwers. 4 of them already out of the way though, so let's see if Grey can still pop off as much. We have a Gene coming in now from the side of EN Esports. Don't hate it. A lot of control from them once again. Also some heals for the Mecha, so Meg is not popping out of it too soon. Now last pick, they could go still with some aggression, I feel like. Reply Totem does with the last pick, but so far not really that much damage output on their hands. Let's see with what they're actually going to show up here. I really don't know. How do you balance out the comp when 4 throwers are banned?
For me as well, the Gene is quite risky, just in the sense that, that magic hand has got to land. And, I think when it comes to the heals, I think that the Meg as well, how often are they going to really get those heals with the way the map is situated? You're going to be more often than not depending upon them when you're already in a pressurized circumstance in those back lines. And more often than not, that's where your opposition just can really pound the shots to land those killing blows. Mr. P, I really like. I think Mr. P is very much underrated. I don't know why it's kind of slipped away from the meta somewhat, because it is really still quite strong in my opinion. But the Pam, I mean, it is a brawler which is very much overlooked. I feel like she's one of the strongest at the moment, actually. Is this the best place for her? That's kind of like the question I have, the one reservation, really, because Hot Zone certainly, for me, is my more preferred mode to see her on. But survivability is never a bad thing in Knockout, and generally the Gene's could be providing heals for EN Esports. Why not bring in the Pam for some survivability for Reply Totem?
I have to agree with you on that one, liking the Pam a bit better on Hot Zone. My question was, what can you still pick when 4 throwers are banned? Bringing in that Mr. P is actually quite clever, also to destroy the Pam turret in the long run. At the same time, playing it against a Bell might not be the best idea. The Bell bounces will get better out of your turret in the long run. But let's see what Bosco can do, and the Spoiler being in the mid at the moment against Joker. Grey does have the better matchup there, get some help though from Mebius now.
Well, reverse polarity not going to connect there from Mario on that right-hand side. And now maybe it's trying to take advantage of the situation. Pushing away forwards, still max HP. A lot of these shots not quite connecting, but now finally Mario is starting to land the mark. Meanwhile, again, these early moments really are just to kind of gain that utility. Not sure where that reverse polarity is going to go, but Joker goes straight into the arms of Rama and Bosco. I'm not even sure how he was able to survive that. Nonetheless, though, they've given up control on the side of EN Esports, and Maori, if he survives this shot, might be able to help his teammates.
Mari saving Joker there, playing that star power. That's definitely helped Joker to survive that one. Rama now falling to Joker. Bosco still fighting at the top against Mari there. It's a 3v1 situation though. Bosco just trying to get his turret. Joker in the whole game, just dodging those shots from Mr. P. Bosco is going to be far away of it. Even though they had an amazing team pool, could have turned around the whole thing here. Could have given EN Esports the early advantage. With the heals coming in from Mari, they can't even take down the Grey. Very good to see.
Now as well, the healing station could act massively so as a deterrent of that magic hand of Tarama. And this is what I mean. Reply Totem's survivability is so good, but now starting to show some cracks. Mario, if he gets some shots, could get a lot of value here, but I think EN Esports playing it well, just starting to heal up and take their time on things. They know they've got the advantage now. There's no need to go overly aggressive at this stage in the game.
Mebius again in mech now, trying to do something on the right-hand side against Maru. Marked up now, but still hitting those shots, getting the takedown in the long run. 3v2 situation, but this time around in the side of EN Esports, they do get the second round. Another close match here.
Neck and neck all the way. Healing station available on the left-hand side for Reply Totem. Mario's going to place it down now. But Rama, again, is landing the magic hand time and time again. He needs to keep that up. That consistency is really helping. Good gadget there from Bosco as well. Just keeps everything in order. Mark, they're going to miss, though, on the side of Maru, on the right-hand side, and moments like that, which could prove costly. A lot of aggression from Bosco and Maori really feeling it on that left, but everyone's still standing, and that's what's important on both sides.
Looking very strong now. Rama has his super ready, so does Bosco. Already a second one in at the back end if this first turret gets taken out. Joker with the teleport, but can't really use it at the moment. Bosco and Rama doing a fantastic job at staying together, getting the pull onto Mari this time around. Very wise choice there. They do get to take down onto one, find Joker as well. 3v1 situation once again, and VN Esports team take the first game of knockout.
For me, Rama as well, every single time, landing that mark, you know, landing those pulls, you've got to keep that up, and he is doing just that. And Reply Totem really are struggling as a result of that level of accuracy and consistency. In the rounds that Reply Totem are winning, they are always left standing on their feet, but if one of them falls, very difficult to come back from that kind of scenario, and I think that's where they've got to play things a little bit smarter, a little bit safer, and just try to just continue to aggress VN Esports in the right times, get Rama sort of handled a bit sooner if possible, but ultimately, maybe this is one on the left-hand side struggling here. If they get him, that would be a good starting hand.
Again, Mebis out of mech now. Mari doing a fantastic job at doing just that every single time. Joker in mid, dodging every single shot incoming from Bosco. That's exactly why we don't see Mr. P that often at the moment. Pros usually tend to know how to dodge him perfectly. Still far away of his turret now, and that's exactly what you need with Mr. P to have any value in my eyes. Roman must be very close to Gene Pool, though. If he manages to hit the pool now, still things could be turned around very quickly for the side of VN.
It's just going to sit there and wait, isn't it? And now the Walking Cane might say something else. Great amount of aggression. Mark is placed as well by Maru. But in the meanwhile, it's actually going to be Reply Totem that falter and still making that 3 versus 2. And that was a great start, but they just got a bit overly aggressive. Reverse polarity trying to find something. Walking Cane will bring him forwards the portal spawner, but not much more than that. These shots from Maru are great, but is it going to be enough? TV from Joker. Maru 1 versus 2. Can he get it? He gets it! Maru comes out on top and keeps Reply Totem alive!
The Belmark really hurt Rama in the end there, otherwise this could have looked very, very differently. Reply Totem coming out as the winner of this first round. Didn't see that one incoming. Rama, another super left now. Tries to find the connection with Joker. He has just been waiting for that one, teleporting away in the nick of time, very strong. And now, again, no gene pool. VN Esports not looking the greatest right now.
What a TP from Joker there, just really timed to perfection, but certainly still VN are in a good spot in this mid. Reply Totem as well. Maru goes down on the right-hand side. That might very well change the flow of the action, as again now VN Esports can just sit back, allow then Reply Totem to make those mistakes, and I just don't really see a way to get out of this left-hand side pocket corner. Let's see what they might be able to bring in here. Bosco is marked up. That's like the one saving grace here, but with no TP for Joker, it's going to be a really tough thing, and they're just going to be able to take this one straight into the gas and try to survive on into the next round. But if VN Esports can get that to go their way, the sets will be tied.
Bosco has a Mr. P turret. Rama not too far away from another Gene Super. Bosco marked up now. Could hurt them in the long run. We've seen that in the first round, but it still looks very good for VN. They do have Gene Pool now. Rama just waiting for a perfect opportunity this time around. Joker without the teleport to go away. Decides to go for Mari. He survives that one. Healing turret down. Still dies though from a shot from Rama. 3v2. Doesn't look good again for Reply Totem.
That shot on Bosco almost helped out Maru to make it that 2 versus 2. It's these moments here where VN are just playing it so smart. They know they've got the 3 versus 2 advantage. They can just wait things down until those final moments and allow Rama to try to get super. Then it makes it much, much easier. Portal spawner down now, though. Let's see whether Reply Totem are able to turn things around. It's going to be a very, very tough thing. They've got a huge disadvantage here.
Totem will just try to get Mebius out of that mech. As soon as that happens, they can teleport in with Joker. Belmark doesn't hit Mebius though. This is going to hurt him really badly. Joker still waiting for an opportunity. Has to go in now. Smoke is coming in. No chance for Reply Totem to turn things around. And with that, VN Esports making a clean sweep in this set. 2-0 and 1-1 overall.
And deservedly so. You know, again, I've got to say, I really feel like Reply Totem's a very, very strong in knockout. And VN Esports just made that strategy really, really count. You know, they didn't get overly aggressive. They just held their own, and for a very aggressive team, I think this speaks volumes, actually, because, sometimes it's that overconfidence and the over-aggression that punishes a lot of teams. We've seen it recently a great deal for Esports being a bit of a victim to that very idea. OPE yesterday as well, being very much a victim to that same idea. But now, when it really does matter for VN Esporting, regardless of some of the amazing plays and moments that we saw on the side of Reply Totem, I mean, that moment where Mary came out on top, unreal, but it doesn't matter. It's still a set going the way of VN Esporting, and now all tied up, and that valuable momentum that Reply Totem had at the back of that first set, completely gone now.
For me, Roma really being the MVP on the side of VN this time around, hitting every single team pull. We didn't see a single one hitting the void. And then this one moment where he got pulled through their own wall with the walking cane from Joker, he just decides to pull himself, trying to be like, if you're going to take me out, I'm going to take down one of yours, and at least it's going to be a 2v2, even surviving that situation in the end. It wasn't even the round they won in the end. He did get bell marked in that situation, but still, this Gadget's doing so much work. Every single pull, a hit. Then Bosco just cycling his Mr. P-port, just despite Joker dodging every single shot there in mid. Fantastic to see. I felt like all 6 players had their pop-off moments, all 6 playing very consistently, very strong, but VN maybe a bit better team comp in the end, a bit better of a to play together every single time team pull hit. They also were there with the pinches to immediately get them down.
I think as well, the survivability on that mech, was quite key, because if you're outside of mech in those later stages, you're not helping a team. You're not really providing anything to, ensure that the rounds go your way. And I think that more often than not, I just didn't really ever see them meg out of mech. It was something that was always there, always waiting behind the wall. And Reply Totem just didn't really have a response for when VN Esporting sat back and waited down the clock. And inevitably that gas is coming in. And if the mech is in mecha towards the later stages, very, very tough to really make something turn around there. So, I mean, a really valiant response from VN Esporting. The question now is, can they keep this up? They have to, if they want to have a shot in this challenge finals. Reply Totem, of course, the World Masters champions, consecutive seasons back-to-back in 1 and 2, and not anywhere to be seen in 3. They've got to get themselves back on the map, and they've got to give a real run for the money in this set. One single game here and there can be the difference maker, and they've got to bring themselves back to their former glory.
Clip that. You don't hear Ark talk that often about a mech in a positive way. Yeah. I actually liked Marian that Pam a tiny little bit better. I felt like he had some more shining moments. Pam just being very tanky, saving Joker there in that one moment. Mebius did get taken out sometimes of mecha, but thanks to his teammates always covering him, he never really went down, even though falling out of mecha. Now, really good to see what they're going to show us here in Ring of Fire. So far, we did have some fire comps from both sides. 8-bit is going to be banned out from the side of VN, probably Totem with the first pick here. Then again, Loop banned out. Never mind. VN is going to have the first pick here. Lou is a must on this map.
Yeah, it's been maybe just trying to hope and pray, but I think every team really kind of astute to the fact that you just have to immediately ban Lou in Ring of Fire. It's Mega to come in again. VN, I mean, it's worked for them well. I mean, they are the team that, in my opinion, are the best with playing. They were kind of like the team that, despite Meg dropping down a little bit in terms of pick and win rates, they were consistently saying, we don't really care. We're just going to keep bringing it in and making it work. And for the most part, they do seem to get some good results more often, more consistently than most. And Reply Totem have got to have a better answer for it. They brought in the Bell last time to try to have somewhat of a response. Being banned out by VN, knowing forward that that's probably not a bad shout. So they have to rethink how they approach it as well. Suban, 8-bit as well, quite like that for me. It's a bit of an underrated one on Ring of Fire, but one that certainly has started to cause a bit of a problem with a lot of the pro scene. But the Pan ban for Reply Totem, Lola first pick, I quite like it. We don't tend to see it too often, but normally the heals now off the back of the result of the star power, really keeping her in a much, much better place. It was Southeast Asia that really sort of championed it first and proved to the other regions why it was the better star power to run. Still with the Kiss now, really just keep that healing coming in for your squad. That Poker's kind of taken a bit of a step back from. Crow coming in, don't necessarily mind it for me. It's not too exciting, but Reply Totem do play it pretty well.
Honestly, I kind of feel teleported back in time right now. This was played when I still was in esports. Meg, always in mid, one of her best maps has always been Ring of Fire, and the two best counters just to counter any heal. Usually you play Meg with the Poker or with a Byron in the back with the Crow, and then Lola just for the damage output. It's literally the draft that could be seeing here last spring. So really good to see with what VN is going to come up now. Squeak, one of the newer brawlers, can counter out the Lola quite well. So on both sides right now, I just see a lot of reaction to whatever the opponents are showing them.
Squeak, though, as well, it's going to be really tough to break through. Despite the nerf on the residue, it's still, I mean, with, gadget gear coming into play, one of these things that can have 4 to their disposal. And I think that for Reply Totem, it's going to be tough to break through the side lanes, and certainly in the mid as well, that it could be just used on the zone. This has got so much versatility on, that's a really solid pick. Colette now to follow up as well. I mean, I say it's kind of one of the more riskier maps for Colette, because you can get amazing value, but if you kind of miss your super, you're pretty much wasting it every single time on a map that's so open. But I mean, it's certainly a dangerous thing. Hypercharge on that particular brawler, again, in a very, very good place and pretty well designed to cycle. So, I mean, I'm kind of favoring a little bit more towards VN Esporting. I wasn't expecting to, but the Crow Lola, you've got to add something that's going to really pack a punch against this idea. And Rosa is, to be fair, literally, quite literally packing that punch. So, I think that the Colette, though, maybe has anticipated it slightly, and they're picking it into that Colette. So I kind of feel like maybe VN have Reply Totem's number here.
Colette's such an interesting pick to me because I felt like she's always been counted out by the Lola, simply putting up a shadow. Colette can't really take that down ever. But against the Rosa now, Colette is shining, having a healthy and good life there. I feel like that's quite a risky pick from Reply Totem there as last pick. Colette was kind of the pickup also to save their own mech. I felt like Colette was incoming from the side of Reply Totem. They kind of had to take it away from them. Now let's see who reacted better. Both comps I quite like, but I kind of have to agree with Ark there. I would personally decide to go with VN's comp.
Mario going to try and force it on the left-hand side regardless, and maybe it's almost out of mech here. It's going to be first forced out. He's managed to get his way all the way through to the mid. Maori now from behind, just trying to tap away. Gets one. Busco there. They're going to pop gadget. Not going to find a connection. It's going to make him very much more vulnerable to Joker. Trades left, right, and center, but it is, for the most part, Reply Totem that are starting to bring back that edge, and now the side lane's being cleared out by both sides. This is looking much, much better.
VN Esporting with the slight lead, but Reply Totem immediately turning things around here. Maori now putting a jungle up in mid. They're trying to cover himself in the end, going down though, and now Mebius and Bosco are going to be covered in mid themselves. Mebius using the bushes to his own advantage. Mari trying to make him visible from the backlines. Hypercharge coming in from Mari does get the takedown out of Mecha, and overall on Mebius, and Joker stands in mid again. Lola doing so much work so far, I like it.
Problem is, like, VN Esporting are just letting Maori do whatever he wants, and he's doing silent work, but it is just chipping away constantly at VN Esporting from behind. And when they get on the zone, more often than not, he's just able to ensure, there you go, jumping in again when he has to, that they are not going to stay on there for long. And now he's giving up the right-hand side there where he was causing so much hassle. He wants to get back to that position there, and maybe it's now back in Mecha, causing a problem, getting back on the objective for VN Esporting.
I have to agree with you once again. I feel like Bosco should be focusing way more on Maru at all times. Now getting a takedown there. But the Reply Totem actually in the lead now. Joker still standing strongly in mid, having the cover of his own shadow, collecting a few more percentages. Finally gets taken up by Bosco. One shot, maybe it's out of Mecha. Maru can just walk in, claim the last few percentages, 9 more, and Reply Totem wins this one.
At the moment, though, VN Esporting are in a much better spot. Mari's going to jump in and find some value. Bosco as well, hop up with Hypercharge, might get some value, but at the same time, Reply Totem get the team wipe, and they get the game win, putting themselves in a bit of a better advantage point. But I just felt like it was the way that VN Esporting allowed them to run over them. Very close game nonetheless, but definitely, I think that could be a much more convincing win, actually, for VN Esporting. Reply Totem, though, need this. They need to get back in the game, and that's a good way to start.
Yeah, could not have said that one better. I also feel like VN Esporting still a tad bit of a better comp, but Reply Totem making the best out of theirs, letting Maru do most of the work there in the backlines of VN Esporting. Joker standing strongly mid, Maru pushing up against Rama, and then Bosco not really getting Maru out under his control. Now finally they take Maru out. Better start once again for VN Esporting, but can they prolong their lead this time around?
Maori's lurking, giving you a little tap. He's going to go down here, I feel, and the right-hand side might be better for him. Maybe as well, just going to survive on just about a mech. 33 HP to his name, but nonetheless, surviving in the mech is the most important thing for him to do. And now going to be able to advance and push in yet again, and Maru going to pop his super just in the nick of time as well, and that is going to be not the worst of things, but Reply Totem are falling quickly behind here, dropping like flies. Oh, that was bad timing for Mavis, and that could be the time for Reply Totem to turn things back in their favor.
They keep putting Rama onto Mari. He can't win that right-hand side lane back, especially now that Mari has his super. Bosco now trying to go onto Mari. Doctor's out of the way. Bosco falls himself, and again, EUR&MENA Esports with an even better head start. Reply Totem taking over the lead now, simply because they let them push into mid.
Mari again in that same spot, right-hand side, causing Bosco to be trickling down, and he's surviving on with the help of the gadget from the gotcha gadget, but that is now no longer with him. And right in the mid, though, they've been able to still secure things for EUR&MENA Esports as Mari comes in and changes the minds of me there. Lovely stuff, and Bravo's low here, can't really aggress this situation. I think this is where Reply Totem might well take it.
Kind of disagree with Bosco's star power choice there as well. Popping Hypercharge now, not getting any value out of it. Does get super in the end though, saved him. Gets the takedown on Tomaru. Reply Totem with a slight lead. EUR&MENA Esports now trying to change things up a bit. Rama still on Maori though. Maori still standing on the right hand side. Finally gets stepped up there. Falls. And with that, EUR&MENA Esports only needs to claim 4% more. Bosco Mevio still standing in the zone, evening out the score overall. But that wasn't easy at all.
So close, there's so little in it every single game, going down to the wire, just not enough really towards the end for Reply Totem to be able to seal it for themselves, and now EUR&MENA Esports have a fantastic opportunity for them to take this set and just have an answer for what Reply Totem brought to the table. I still feel like they're letting a little bit these lane sides be just kind of controlled more so by Reply Totem, but I mean, a win is a win nonetheless, and if they're able to get one more game, it will put Reply Totem in a very, very tough position. Now focusing more onto this mid battle at the early outset of the game, and I think that's probably the wise approach, as I think they have a bit more of an opportunity to keep them back.
That was beautiful to see there at the start. Reply Totem trying to switch up the lanes immediately. EUR&MENA Esports reacting to that. Bosco is again on that. Rosa gets the takedown on the left-hand side. Able to cycle his super, but doesn't get the second one out there. Still with Mari, the only man still standing on the side of Reply Totem. EUR&MENA Esports once again gets the better head start.
Mari goes right to the right-hand side yet again, and Rama tries to see him off and does get a nice connection on that super. And meanwhile, Mavis is by far the healthier in terms of HP, but getting taken out of mech now is the time that Reply Totem have got to capitalize on. Huge spray from Joker onto Mavis in the mid as Mari jumps in on the right, and explosivity really is working out fantastically well here for Reply Totem until Bosco pops a hypercharge, gets back the advantage, and as quickly as that mid control lost yet again.
Bosco getting the double kill. Joker has to fall back to heal up, and EUR&MENA Esports still with a great lead, 70% already claimed. Now Maru trying to push in once again, but he's so much better under control from the side of EUR&MENA Esports. What we had to say about the first game completely changed now. EUR&MENA Esports always focusing on that Rosa. Maru can't do anything. He does have hypercharge now, tries to pop it without a super. Almost gets Bosco down, maybe it's low as well, but they do get the takedown. 10% is all that EUR&MENA Esports still need.
Yeah, but look at the percentage here. Mavis can just pretty much stay on the zone himself, and Rama now going to force it. Bosco going to be able to get time on the zone just from using that super. This one is done. EUR&MENA Esports are taking a set ahead, and now Reply Totem are in peril of their opportunity of seeing those challenge finals. They've got to turn things around, and that was only one game away from being theirs. They're going to be really kicking themselves now as they go back to the lobby for the next one, and EUR&MENA Esports going to be feeling much, much happier with the situation upon them.
And VN repeating the pattern, once again losing the first set, then winning the second and third, and now they are actually in the lead. Can they take it to a 3-1? We're gonna find out in the next set. For now, all I can say is really, Reply Totem has been shining in the first game even, but EUR&MENA Esports kind of learned from their mistakes, turning things around, and there we have the word again, adapted to what the opponents were showing them.
There was only small margins of error for me as well from both sides, really. Reply Totem towards the end of that final game, just having a couple more. I think there were Mari popping the hypercharge without super. I mean, that's kind of where you get the most value from hypercharge. I guess it's trying to close the gap as a result of the speed buff, and knew that he was probably very close to it, and then if you could just get one little tap, it might make that difference. But I mean, certainly, I mean, the way that EUR&MENA Esports was cycling onto the zone, really valuing the objective just a bit more than Reply Totem were for me. That's where the difference maker really was, and in that final game, it just kind of became a bit more apparent. They were just always aggressing that mid, not necessarily focusing too much on those side lanes, and what I was saying at the beginning kind of came around full circle to actually go more in their favor. I mean, that first game, Mari was really getting so much value, and no one really even tried to aggress him. But towards the end, I mean, they just seemed very content with just getting themselves in that zone, and ultimately, that is where things are won and lost. And again, when we go back to other game modes like Knockout, you know, EUR&MENA Esports at the moment are just continuously playing the objective better. And I think going into our next set, that's exactly what Reply Totem have got to start valuing more so. You know, it's all about making sure that when it comes down to the game mode in mind, the objective is where it is at.
Honestly, just looking at the comps at the start, I thought this would be a bit of a more convincing win for the side of EN Esports. They struggled quite a bit, letting Moro wreak havoc at the start and just letting them do whatever they wanted. Usually, we say about Reply Totem, they are the ones that play the best for the objective. We have been praising them all Season 2, all Mobile Masters. Now in Season 4, they didn't quite come through as strong, but they have still had their moments. In this one as well, we did see some shining moments. Mari playing out of his mind on that Rosa, but EN Esports kind of learned to play against them, and it really seems to hurt Reply's mental. They did lose the second set. Now the third set was a close one once again, but can they still keep their mental up for the fourth one?
And it just feels as well when it comes down to the draft, like EN Esports had Reply Totem's number, and they picked the Colette early, and like they were obviously like not really threatened by that idea of the Rosa. I think Reply Totem just kind of fed into the trap somewhat. Going to Hard Rock Mine then for gem grab, and this is where it really can come down to things. EN Esports could lock themselves in as a result of this game, so Reply Totem have got to make this draft count. The Colette, the Squeak, and the Piper bands for EN Esports, for Rosa, Crow, and Ruffs on the side of Reply Totem. 8-bit first pick. I mean, it's my preferred gem carrier in the mid. Cheat cartridge gadget, get the gems. If you're looking low on HP and you think you're going to go down, pop that gadget, you're back out of harm's way. And I think that in that regard, Reply Totem have got to consider greatly their positioning on that turret when that gadget is then used to, yeah, Lou going to come in. Love that for Reply Totem. Stu, certainly in the hands of Joker, I mean, I'm much more sold in it. It's that like, lane aggressor that can get tons of value, but again, tough into the tankier options. And that is a map and mode which can cater to a lot of those ideas. So, I mean, later on, if EN Esports can go down those lines, bring in a Sam, bring in an Ash, that might not work as well.
Let's see if it's going to work out. It was more also a pick away, I feel like, because one of the best synergies you can have together with the 8-bit is that Stu with the speed turret. Now 8-bit is going to have an even tougher time from the get-go, but I agree with you, not a big surprise to see 8-bit come out from the get-go, especially looking at those bands, Squeak and Colette from the side of EN Esports, being very targeted towards their favorite 8-bit pick here. Spike now coming out of them. Don't mind it. It's kind of the answer to the Lou as well. We want to have something with a great hypercharge super as well, giving them a lot of control and also not too bad against that Stu in mid. Probably. Stu actually could be played anywhere. Sandy kind of come out now. Also great counters to Stu. Now I really wonder if Totems is going to decide to stick with Lou in mid or if they're going to have another idea. I wouldn't recommend the tank now.
I mean, the Spike as well is a great response into the Stu. The live plant really just placed that down, and it just, you're not going to really get much from it until those are exacerbated. I mean, at the moment as well, the Sandy's in a much, much better place, and I really like the way that EN Esports valued that. Mr. P for Reply Totem. Again, not a bad brawler. I just kind of haven't seen it too much since it's dropped away a bit. I'm still kind of hoping that it can bring in some good results for Reply Totem here. It's certainly one of the maps that does really, really favor that particular brawler, but again, it has just shifted away from the meta somewhat. I think it's always been really, really good in my opinion since some favorable buffs along the way, but at the moment, EN Esports comp's kind of scaring me somewhat.
Scaring me a bit more than Totems for sure. I really don't like that Mr. P pickup here. It does have a good matchup against the 8-bit, just trying to get rid of that turret quite early on, so the 8-bit has to recharge it again. Way too slow to dodge those shots from Lou, so he can cycle his super even better. But other than that, I don't really see the value of Mr. P. He's gonna struggle a lot, especially against Bosco and that Sandy, and that's his matchup at the moment. Bosco basically can't just run at him if he dodges him well, but doesn't want to feed him as well. We do have Joker mid there, actually. Mari deciding to play on lane. Stu, as I said, is so flexible in this map.
I mean, 8-bit is just all day long the better mid. I mean, I'm hoping that for Reply Totem's sake that they can make this work, because Joker's going to have no range against Rama in this position, and Rama's just able to sit there, actually taking gems from the spawn side of Reply Totem. Until that pull to spawn is down for them, they're not going to be able to get much, and Busco just not feeding into things at all. 4 gems over Joker. I'm surprised so far he's been able to obtain that, and maybe this has got Super Mari struggling a bit on this left-hand side, and 4 gems to 4 so far, pretty even for the most part, but again, Busco really is depriving that pull to spawner to the extent that Mari's actually going to try and swap lanes.
I love Busco. Just playing the sitting rats there, not letting Mari feed his super. not doing anything. Bosco doesn't even have a single shot towards his super, but he does the work he has to do, waiting it out so Maru can't push up to get his Mr. P super. I would have loved to see Reply Totem coming in with that Lumit just to feed off Rama when he's slow at the start. Maru now finally has a super, tries to put it down there to get a head start towards Bosco. Does get the takedown, or the stun down there. Rama has to teleport out of the way as well. There's one more get to the left now. Mari doing a fantastic job on that right side.
Maru has not hit hardly anything. I mean, really is struggling to get super for his team now. Bosco going overly aggressive. That might change. Finally gets the super. It's taken so long, and that is all VNE Esports, but the gems are dropped in the mid. The super there is from Mabius, and that might help delay things somewhat some way, but they still are able to steal it. A takedown there will actually be benefiting Reply Totem, putting them all into the pocket of Joker, and that was a huge blunder for VN. They must be absolutely kicking themselves, and if they're not, they should be.
Well, 6 seconds left on the clock now. VN Esports team way too far away from Joker to get the takedown there. But honestly, how can you let that happen? Not feeding Maru for the whole duration of that set, then over-aggressing in the end, and Rama not teleporting out of the way. He still had the catch, and maybe he just didn't hit the green button in time. I don't know what happened there, dropping gems in mid just for Joker to pick them up. It really looked like a VN game, but in the end, they kind of lost it all.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it should be just a very straightforward one for VN Esports. They, in my opinion, got the better draft, and they are doing the one thing that I said that if they manage to do, then they should be able to have a better time of things, and they're not feeding into Maru. And that really is the brawler which can just make a bit more of a difference in this matchup. See this time around whether that mistake, that blunder is going to prove costly for VN Esporting again, and whether they can just shake it off quickly. Bosco low that top left-hand side, surviving on though. Maru himself though low as well. 3 gems for Rama now pushing forwards for this 4th, and Joker just not going to give away his position just yet. They want to take care of that top side first as a team, and now Maru with that super, that portal spawner, that's going to start to come in now and give a bit of a lift for Reply Totem.
Good TP from Rama there, but Maru is ready to take down his turret. Oscar was just waiting for Maru to aggress, gets the takedown on the left-hand side, sitting now in the opponent's bushes, taking out the Mr. P porters. In mid though, Rama still struggling to get a second super. Mebius and Mori just fighting it off on the right-hand side, not really interfering with anything that's happening in mid. Mebius now putting some shots onto Joker. Bosco getting his super, gets the takedown onto Joker. This time around it's going to be VN Esporting stealing the gems from Totem.
I don't understand that from Joker. You know, there's a sandstorm down. You can't be that deep into the peril of the spawn side of your opposition. I mean, Bosco there was just an easy gadget, an easy takedown. Rama, though, now might have time to be taken care of. 2,000 HP, not going to go down. It's going to be match point for VN. I mean, the blunder was theirs the first game. Reply Totem should not have done that. I mean, when the sandstorm is there, you want to be more defensive. You want to get as far away from it really as possible and take care of the threat before going back into the map. And those gems just handed over on a platter.
And with that, Totem are returning the favor. They did win the first game after full control by VN, simply because Rama was over-aggressing together with Bosco there a tad bit. And Reply Totem on the back foot. VN Esporting with the match point. If they win this next game, they're going to win it all. And Totem isn't even in the finals. Quick reminder of that.
Well, 2 gems on either side. That speed zone going to help out Joker considerably in these early moments. So getting as many gems for his time as he can. And I had to use another one there just to be able to ensure that he got out with those gems. Spawning his teammate there, Maru, on the left-hand side. But, I mean, these are dangerous, risky plays. They are paying off somewhat, forcing out their cheat cartridge as well. One less left for later for Rama. But, I mean, at the moment, you know, those players can be ones that drop gems and give them back over to VN Esporting. It's going to be Reply Totem with the lead for now, but Bosco doing a great job of just keeping that left-hand side distracted.
Rama hitting some shots onto Joker, but not enough to get another turret. Joker himself picked up 6 gems already, doing a great job in mid. Popping off on that stew is really what Reply Totem is needing right now. Putting down his last turret now, just to get some more gems there. Feeding Rama now hit the next turret. This is going to be the breaking point. VN Esporting turn things around. Sandstorm down as well, pushing back Maru, falling. And Joker nowhere near this mine in mid.
Yeah, Bosco's really played predominantly well, and it's being a big thorn in the side of Reply Totem. Joker low here, has to dash away, maybe was smelling a takedown there. Another gadget pop from Maru just keeps then things a bit more at bay on that left-hand side, but let's see now. Freeze coming down, not really going to find much onto Mabius. Joker just trying to get consecutive taps there onto Rama, keep him low, but Gem's so tied up here. A very, very tough point of the game for Reply Totem to keep things up as one countdown away of VN Esporting from taking it all. Joker goes in so much there onto Rama. Rama stays firm, even with the gadget to hand. I like that for him.
Joker's risking so much, he knows it's all or nothing. Mabius popping a hypercharge though, giving Rama the time to collect the gem. Mabius gets the double takedown, Joker falling as well, the gems are dropping. Mabius picks up 2, no way for Reply Totem to equalize the score. They need the takedown onto Rama, 5 seconds, and it's over. Reply Totem not qualified. VN Esporting are in the finals. 3-1 in the end, Trev. What do you have to say to that?
I mean, I'm saying a massive congratulations to VN Esports, and I think congratulations to also Foot Esports as well with that one, I believe, because Reply Totem can no longer make it. That puts Foot Esports just up there along with them. But a massive, massive congratulations to VN Esports for going all the way. They've had a pretty up and down season, but ending on quite a big high, beating Reply Totem.
And with that, one absolutely wild challenge season that we've had, as Ark has mentioned multiple times. VN Esporting have secured their spot in the challenge finals. Congratulations right all the way down to the final day, which is what we absolutely love here in competitive Brawl Stars. Let's kick things off by talking about what I was thinking in those opening 2 sets could be a possible MVP from my side. Maru was playing absolutely incredibly in the opening Brawl Ball, going all out aggressive, and I just thought he'd playing absolutely out of his socks, and that carried over as well into, I believe it was the knockout.
Yeah.
And then it kind of all just started to slow down, Ark. What happened?
I mean, yeah, Mario was popping off at me. Honestly, that Shelly pick as well, like he just really shone with it. It was a very promising start for Reply Totem, no doubt about it, as far as I was concerned, a winning start. And then just things started to go back to their old kind of ways, and a few mistakes that Reply Totem just, at the beginning, was shaking off and coming back stronger, and that's what I was getting excited by. And then it just felt like the more that they played into the match, the lower the morale sort of came, and just VN Esporting just thrived off the back of that weakness and started to look stronger themselves. And you know, that's really a good testament to VN Esporting, because again, having that recent roster change is a real challenging thing when it comes down to making it into those challenge finals. Reply Totem have had that same roster for years, and it has been a testament to them and their playstyle, you know, focusing through their decision making together as a squad, dealing with things, moving on, and looking to go from strength to strength. But that wasn't the case today, when it really mattered and had to be for them to be able to just keep their legacy alive in SPS. And now, you know, this is going to be like the another, you know, season finals to add to their list of not being present.
Yeah, I feel like after that victory on Brawl Ball, Reply Totem had this kind of almost this false courage and then sprinted at VN Esports when it came to knockout, when actually something that we haven't spoken about a huge amount, VN showed amazing composure throughout that knockout, just picked Reply Totem apart and eventually capitalized on it, and that's how their momentum began, Sunny.
It kind of was a mixture of both what Ark just said, that Reply Totem was showing some weaknesses and they got weaker and weaker with every hit they got. At the same time, VN always doing the same thing. You mentioned it yesterday. Losing the first game, then winning all of the others is what VN is so good at. Just showing composure, adapting to whatever Reply Totem is bringing up today. It really felt like they kind of want to let him come at him in the first round, trying to figure out, okay, Totem, what are you up to today exactly? Okay, we're going to take that and counter everything. They had some amazing drafts. Picking away that Colette was so clever. I didn't really felt like it was the best counter to any of the brawlers for the side of Totem, but it was the perfect answer that Totem could have had against themselves. So picking it away, so clever. Like, the draft was perfect, mechanically played out so well. Rama on that Gene, still my MVP of the day. Really, well done, VN.
Yeah, whatever Reply Totem threw at them, VN had an answer for it. And with that being said, our final match of the challenge season is almost upon us. 2 teams that have proven themselves time and time again on the main stage, so one more wouldn't hurt, would it? It's going to be Foot Esports going up against Humble right after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where all journeys must end. And this particular journey for these two teams has been so exciting to watch and to discuss here in the studio. So let's just do it one more time, shall we? We have FUT Esports going up against Humble to close out Season 4. Now, for the most part, these two teams have been playing outstanding throughout the challenge season, right, Ark? So set the scene for us, my friend.
You know, this is one of those matchups for me that's so incredibly exciting, and I kind of wish there was like higher stakes for these two teams in that regard, because, I mean, I think it's going to be a real battle. I've been loving how Humble have just been rising to the plate this season and really kind of, you know, just elevating themselves in this competition. And again, Filippo, for me, just really is rounding off this roster to be a real threat. And off the back of yesterday as well for Reply Totem, that for FUT Esports, that loss that they conceded to, you know, against Reply Totem, you know, that is for me one thing that I wasn't kind of expecting to see. So coming to this matchup now, I'm kind of warming to the idea that Humble might be able to pull it off. I think that for FUT it would be a bit of a rough way to see out the season, because ultimately they've kind of already qualified off the back of what's happened. But I mean, you know, at the same time, I think this would be a lot closer than it would have been in my predictions at the beginning of the season.
I agree, but as you know, Humble, they're my boys. I always back them. Even though I like the FUT Esports guys as well. Sonny, we have this adaptable style from FUT Esports going up against this brutish force that Humble bring to the table. But they're both, as Ark has already mentioned, fresh off these pretty devastating losses yesterday. So this is almost similar to the SK Nouns match earlier, where this is more of a statement match for these teams. But who's going to be able to bounce back better?
I was about to say Nouns did manage to pull it off today, finally coming back from that 3-0 loss. Those two have to just use the same in the end. I mean, those three teams have been shining throughout all season. The three strongest teams now did come back today. Let's wait for Humble and the FUT to play it out now. They still play for seeding, so there's something on the line.
There is indeed. Trav, yesterday we didn't really see the prowess that Filippo typically brings to the table. We've already spoken about it, and Ark's mentioned it earlier. Filippo's been like a staple individual performer that has the ability to kind of turn the tide on any map. But yesterday we didn't see that. So today, if he brings it, this could be a very different game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think so. Filippo really has been the star man when it comes to this roster throughout the season. You know, at the start, I kind of thought he was a substitute. I expected Tomsy to be coming back in after one of those, after the first show day, but he decided to stick around. Obviously, Humble felt pretty comfortable with him, maybe trying him out for future competitions, future BSC competitions like 2024. And I think it's just a perfect fit. It really is. They've done such good things with him throughout this challenge season, and I think that, you know, FUT might be too much of a challenge for them, but I do think it's going to be a close one.
But having said that, we've also got EUR&MENA on the side of FUT Esports. I'd love to see a Filippo versus EUR&MENA showdown in this match, and it's something that definitely could happen. So let's lean into our predictions for this match, as it is going to be possibly very close and a great way to finish out the challenge season. Sonny, I'm going to come to you first. What's your prediction for this match, and why?
If it's Filippo versus EUR&MENA, Filippo's going to win, because Italy has never lost against Switzerland.
The confidence and the confusion on Ark's face.
I feel like FUT Esports, you don't watch football? I feel like FUT Esports has been looking a bit more consistent in the last few months and weeks. Humble has been looking really, really strong throughout the SPS, but not before that. So I'm going to go with FUT Esports on that one. I'm going to say it's close, though, 3-1.
3-1 FUT Esports. The draft is flying, by the way. So, Trav, give me a prediction, and I'm going to send you guys packing.
I'm going to go for a 3-0 for FUT. I genuinely think through this competition, through Scrim, through the later portions of this year, they've just been too convincing to think otherwise.
Are you going to be backing Humble, Ark? What are you thinking?
I kind of want to, but I don't know. I mean, like last season, it was a 3-2 in favor of FUT, but it was still incredibly close. I think that FUT, if they play the way they have been most of the time, it should be their win. I'm going to say 3-2 for FUT.
3-2 for FUT, which obviously means I'm going to back my boys. It's Humble. I'm going to go 3-1. Trav, Sonny, please go over to the caster desk for the final time this challenge season. This is to make a statement going into the challenge finals and assert your dominance. It's FUT Esports versus Humble.
Kind of sad, this is really going to be our very last match of this whole season. At the same time, it's a worthy one.
It really is, and I mean, it's very bittersweet to see the end of the season, but at the same time, we've got the Challenge Finals ahead of us, which is very exciting as well. Both of these teams already obviously guaranteed to be going to that, and we'll see them playing out over in December as well. But I mean, the draft so far, we've got the Colt and Nanny for the side of FUT Esports, Chuck, Eve, and Meg for the side of football.
Don't hate any side so far. Bull coming out is last pick here for FUT Esports. Don't hate it either, so much more of the same. We have a lot of control from the side of Humble with Mac and Eve, and then the Chuck just going in and out, probably trying to do all of the damage by himself. FUT Esports is putting a bit more on the team effort, I feel like. All three of them is so good at dealing damage to save. All three can just hold control as well. Teleporting in with the Nani now, getting that safe damage in with Bull and Colt. Hypercharge on. I kind of like that comp better because it comes down to a safe rush. It's going to be FUT Esports taking the win.
Yeah, I do like this FUT comp more, and I feel like, you know, Chuck's going to be going back and forward, but if he lands on the safe whenever someone who's going to be dealing a lot of damage at close range, Nanny, Bull, it's going to be really difficult for him to survive that one, and I think just a couple of taps from either of those and he does go down. So I think it's a weird time to kind of draft Chuck when FUT Esports had so many picks still after it. It kind of doesn't really make sense to me.
I mean, they don't really have a direct answer to it. I don't see how they can defend it as well as yesterday. For example, Filippo, the man himself in Humble, tried it with the Terror and it didn't even work out. So it makes a lot of sense to me that Humble is now trying to go with the Chuck themselves after they got beaten by it yesterday.
Yeah, well, we are into the game. We're already a decent amount of the way through as well. Linane going to go towards that safe, but quickly cleaned up by Filippo spawning back in. Gets some good damage on Drave as he goes past as well, and straight back out of there. FUT are still in the lead. Cyclone's going to pick up Drage in the mid there as well. Hypercharge coming forward from Linane, though, taking a lot of damage and getting on safe. Couple of shots will go through, and a decent amount of damage too.
FUT Esports in the lead for now. It's 20%. They're up. Filippo coming in once again against Leonardo. Can't really stand too long on that save. Gets swept off his feet immediately. Drage now popped the hypercharge as well. It's just a rush now. Leonardo Symantec still in safe, cleaning the safe up. This is going to be the first game already going the way of FUT Esports. A very, very quick one.
I mean, so much damage from FUT, to be honest with you. All three of those brawls just burst so much damage out, and the potential to just finish the safe in one push is absolutely ridiculous. We see even pretty much two, maybe 2.5 pushes a bit of damage from long range, and the safe has already gone. And I just don't think that Humble can really match that. Yes, they've got the Chuck who can go to the safe, but even if he's on the safe, he's not matching the damage of FUT.
Symantec on the right-hand side against that Eve, already tapping him up. Luki has almost fallen already. By the way, change his name back to Luki. Nice to see that one. Filippo going in there, trying to get rid of Drage. Does so. Cyclone gets Lena with that double takedown. Humble actually gets some damage into safe, but is still not in the lead.
Well, Symantec provided that mech straight back to him using that super in a bit of an odd position, but does walk around this wall, get a couple more hits in. Lenane's coming in, Drage behind him as well. So much damage. Hypercharge ready to roll too. A little knockback coming in from Filippo there using his super onto the safe, but Drage does have his hypercharge in the future. Just going to go for a little bit of burst damage before he goes down, as I don't think he's getting out of that position.
Filippo on one shot, so is Luki. Symantec still tapping him up there. Luki surviving. Then Filippo doing some damage into safe, but with a 30% lead, FUT Esports is still looking very good. Drage now popping hypercharge, going to do the last few percentages on safe, not even covered by the observer. FUT Esports taking that one very, very quickly. Amazing what they showed us in the draft already, and they kind of played out what we expected, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it was really incredible from FUT, it was, but they've been pretty much gifted the 3 highest damage brawlers who are going to be decent on a map like this, and I don't think that's something that that Humble should be letting slip, because it's just absolute domination from FUT Esports all the way through. We barely really saw anybody getting to the safe on the side of Humble, except from the Chuck, who's basically just got a free path through.
We see it here, the best moments once again. Lenan, Drage just both standing firmly on that safe, popping hypercharge. I think both of them had it multiple times during the game, even feeding off that Chuck quite easily. And Humble, I'm really sad to see that. Getting beaten by the Chuck yesterday, now trying it himself, and it clearly doesn't work out for them as well as for their opponents. It does hurt to see. But that must have been one of the quickest sets we've ever witnessed. FUT Esports really had the brawlers they liked, and they love to play the brawlers they like, and they also do it well.
Yeah, I mean, FUT just so comfortable on tanks, and you know, even Drage on that Colt as well. He's so comfortable on that brawler. But we are heading on to split. I was going to say it was Kaboom Canyon for a second there. I've already made that mistake today. I won't be doing it again. 2 throwers banned out for the side of FUT Esports here, along with the Grey, and then Humble are going to get rid of the Gale, the Rico, and the Ruffs.
Do like that Luke come out of for Esports already. Kinda it's risky to leave that one open, but we have talked about it before. Split might not be his best map simply because there's 2 zones, so you can't really cover both of them at the same time. But still, not too bad on Hot Zone overall. We don't have really any bouncing brawlers open. Ruffs and Rico both banned out, 2 throwers banned out as well. Maybe we do see Willow later on coming in. Barley open as well. Both of those really great at just keeping the area control. Humble coming in with Tetsu. What do we think about that?
I don't mind it. I don't think it's really a first pick. We did see it earlier. I think it was Blacksea playing it, maybe, if I'm correct. And, you know, he played it against the Squeak, but the Squeak kind of dealt with it because he played it a little bit odd. But if Humble can play it well, I think it's going to be a pretty solid brawler against the Lu. You can avoid some of those shots, get out of that super, or even just totally get out of the way of it all in all. If it comes in with that hypercharge, you've got to dash out the way of that, or you're going to be punished for it.
Stu seems to be the answer we currently have against the Lu. Maybe playing Long Lash once again. Didn't really like it on Blacksea. I do prefer Gasa Heal over that any day. But against the Lu Super, simply because of that hypercharge added to it, you could maybe kind of have to. Spike now coming out of the side of Humble. Again, any single time we have seen that today, when one team picks a Lu, the other team will pick up the Spike because both of them together is just too much area control.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you really can't blame him for picking up that Spike. It's a pretty solid hypercharge all in all, but at the same time... Ooh.
What?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure
His
about that.
face is so good. Nobody has that much muscle control over a face as Trev does, and I feel the same way. Chuck, never seen him being played out on Split. For Esports might have an answer as to how you play him perfectly here, but I would have loved to see anything else, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, there's not really a lot to say for it because we haven't really seen it before, and I'm not sure why they'd bring it in. There's kind of no explanation as to the reasons for that. They're going to bring a Jessie in behind it, second hypercharge being added to their side now as well. Don't love it, don't really hate it either. It's kind of just a bit neutral for me.
Jessie's not bad. She can hold on to her lane quite quickly and easily, and against the Stu, it's also not too shabby either. Stu is going to have such a tough time once you do have a turret on the Jessie. Now Humble needs to go with something with a bit more damage output, I feel like. Barley's going to come in. That's what I was looking for, actually. Barley with a lot of damage output, a lot of area control, and can take care of those Jessie turrets when placed behind any walls. So I don't hate that one. I still don't really like the Chuck on the side of Foot Esports. Otherwise, I feel like with the Lu, they already have the comp advantage. But Humble's comp seems to be more harmonic. Makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have any wall break either, so I can't really blame them for bringing in this Barley. Neither side is going to be able to break down those walls. It's just, you know, a question of whether or not they're going to be able to deal with that Chuck. Not saying the Chuck's going to be good, but I mean, he's going to be able to sit on the zone for a decent amount of time and spam that lane down. But I do think the Barley is going to quite heavily excel here.
Maybe it's kind of a funny idea to play the gadget with which you can go through walls on Semantic there on that Chuck. Now that Grey isn't in-game, he's banned out. They kind of wanted to go with something that can still do that. Cyclone breaking through the wall though, kind of making that triple stack of Semantic on the left-hand side. A very interesting strategy, probably just deciding to stay in it a bit later on and just dashing around.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be able to deal some decent damage if he's kind of bouncing between them and they can't get out of the way of it. Now he's coming in, now you see, and like, I mean, yeah, you can't blame him for it there. I mean, it's a good setup, I won't lie. Filippo's going to go down as well, and I just think the burn's going to take him. Luki going to survive on this right side, and it's going to be so hard to break that.
Foot clearly had an idea of how to play the Chuck on this map, but at the same time, Humble ended at the moment still in the lead here. Luki staying on the right-hand side zone. Finally gets taken up by Drake, only on 340 HP. Just survived that one. Semantic trying to go in once again. Filippo takes care of him though, and Humble still in the lead, despite of that little trick on the left-hand side.
A little bit of an issue here now, and Semantic coming back in, going to take control, have some good value through. Yeah, both of them really low, but Luki's just dominating this right so hard. Drage really can't do anything about it with a pinch from the back, but Cyclone's surely going to fall here. Does, but good stun from the hypercharge. Can't really get the kill just yet, though. It's going to use some heals in there as well, and Luki's still surviving on. And really nothing fucking do about it.
The Barley pick definitely pays off for the side of Humble, almost taking in the right-hand side already. On the left one, it's not a lot left either. Semantic trying to do his little trick once again. Cyclone being very wise and staying out of that little spider net in the middle. Luki finally gets a takedown onto Drake once again. They only need 10% more, mostly on the right-hand side, but they're gonna get this one.
I mean, Foot's going to go forward now, try to get some percentage on this left-hand side, but a good super from Filippo. Got the hypercharge as well, throws it down on Drage, and there's surely no way Lane can defend this against all three members of Humble. They've started to claw it back, but it's just not going to be enough in these closing seconds. Percentage trickling up here for Humble, and they're going to take the first game as split.
Interesting how that played out, honestly. Symantec took a while to set up that left-hand side, and I feel like that was the downfall in the end. Luki just dominating that right-hand side from the get-go, getting an early lead for Humble, so they only really have to pick up a few more percentages by the time Symantec is ready. I don't know if they're going to do that one again. I still think it's a neat little trick, and it might work out if Symantec gets it set up a tiny bit quicker. This time I'm going to go for the right-hand side, though.
Yeah, just playing it onto the Barley here so we can kind of maybe get onto him quickly before he can do anything. And Lane going to be playing the left against both Filippo and Cyclone. Bit more of a balanced start this time. Just playing it slow. Luki's going to play through this mid and try to get some shots over the top. And Symantec setting up these posts, ready to go for this quite quick little dash in. 4 of them there and ready now, but Luki's going to have to back off a bit.
We still have 0% taken on the side of Esports, though. 34 for Humble. I do love to see that Esports has 2 ideas with that Chuck. When the first strategy fails, they immediately have another one to double down, and this one seems to work out so far. The right-hand side now firmly under control from the side of Esports. Humble already has taken in the left-hand side, though. They can focus on the right one now completely.
Yeah, I think smart from Foot here. He's going to go in again. Should be able to kill Cyclone, but he's going to break that wall. Should help Humble out a little bit more. But still, Foot needs to start building up this percentage on the left-hand side and the right-hand side as well, to be honest. Drage so low and should be going down here. Nice pinch coming in there. Up top from Filippo and Cyclone to get the kills. Now the dash through the wall with a breakthrough as well, and this is not going well for Foot Esports so far. Humble looking to fight back now.
Great super placement from Filippo there. Gets both Symantec and Lane low. Both of them try to go in once again together with Symantec dashing through with a super. They do get the double takedown on the right-hand side. For now, they evaded Humble taking in that right-hand side as well. But as long as Luki's still standing on the left one, for Esports, it's going to have a tough time getting even a single % in that left one.
Yeah, I mean, Lane and Drage establishing themselves here. Now going to place down this turret, energize it back up, and Symantec just placing down some of these supers on the left-hand side, getting ready to go through. Does go for it now. Filippo going to land straight onto him. Back again. Luki does survive that one out, but it's a 10% difference. If Symantec can carry on these pushes, then it's going to be fine. But now Filippo's going to push in. Hypercharge activated. Does go down. Drage surviving out just the tiniest bit longer. Going to help, because now Lane should be able to win this matchup against this quite low Cyclone.
Cyclone needs to get into the zone now, otherwise for Esports is going to claim the lead here with Symantec still standing on the left-hand side zone. Filippo finally pushing in on the right-hand side, Rage with a super, trying to get rid of him. Filippo evades it in the last possible second, does get stunned in the end, but stands still in the zone, and with that they still have a 10% lead.
Luki's getting control now, and 3 of them on the side. 15% is all they need, but Lane's going to go in. Hypercharge turret onto them, gets the slow through as well. Good shots coming in. 30 seconds on the clock, and they're starting to catch up. Cyclone getting hit now. Got to push onto the zone, add some more percentage, but gets frozen out. Luki coming forward. Filippo joining them. Foot going to take the lead, and now all focus goes to the left. Got to get him off and get the percent, and surely Foot win this.
4% left for the taking. Filippo standing in the left-hand side zone for Esports, still in the lead here. Cyclone is the last man standing. Can still get back that lead for Humble, but it's not going to be enough with Symantec now claiming the last few percentages for Esports, able to turn things around. I did not see that one coming.
What a comeback there from Foot Esports, it really was. They fell quite far behind and managed to claw it back. They just weren't claiming their own percentage to start with, made it give the illusion of them being even further behind than they were, but even when they got it, they were still like a good few % behind and still managed to claw that back with Symantec getting the left-hand side and both Lane and Drage just holding the right.
Again, I just really love the creativity that Foot Esports is showing us with that shock pick. We have not seen him on any day so far on the split. Again, Symantec trying to set up on the left-hand side first, going back to their first strategy. Let's see if it's going to work out this time around a tiny bit better than the first game here. Luki already with the super places it down on the zone. Drage has to fall back there, pushed out of the zone. But so is Luki at the moment. Finally gets the takedown on to Symantec. But overall, it looks like a lot better start from Foot Esports.
Pretty even so far. Cyclone's going to go in and he's actually going to be able to pick up Lane here as well. Drage needs one more shot to be able to freeze him out, and he's not finding it. Cyclone dodging so well, eventually gets him down now. Filippo and Luki pushing very aggressive to get Symantec out of his favourite position. They do take the lead. Hypercharge available for Drage as well, but Luki maybe wants some slots to the right now.
Rage with a hypercharge ready, just waiting for the perfect moment to get a double stun maybe onto Cyclone and Luki there. Has to fall back there once again. They're now still in the zone though, claiming a few more percentages. Cyclone has to fall back there, does get the takedown onto EUR&MENA, and the end. Rage was just waiting for the moment though, where Cyclone comes a little too close, gets the double takedown, Luki falling as well, and for Esports gets the lead.
Beautiful from Drake, you can still see those lurking, and he gets another stun as well. He's playing this perfectly. Semantic's setting up now on the left-hand side. They do have the lead. It's only about 10%, and Humble still have some of their home zone to be able to collect, but Semantic going to go forward, land on Filippo, but Super goes down onto him. Life Plant helped him out in there as well, but a Super going to be established by Drake, by Lane, I mean, up top, and now Drake has his, but a Super hypercharge from Filippo there going to be paying off.
Humble at the moment, holding on to that left-hand side for their life. Semantic gets the takedown onto Filippo. Luki probably cleans him out now, flushes him out of the zone at least. But Humble not really able to claim any percentages on that right-hand side. Drake and EUR&MENA are playing out of their minds.
Yeah, Drake's going to throw down that Super on the left-hand side, allow Semantic to come back onto it, but what a hit from Filippo there. Massive damage coming through from that spike, but Lane just defend this right-hand side now against Cyclone. Going to be able to tank that with his Super. Great from him and get the kill as well. Bounces onto Luki too, setting up Semantic for a Super, but he's just going to choose to walk on, hold this Super for when they are on this zone. Now going to go for a little bit of a jump through to try to get that extra percentage onto the zone. And now it's all down to the opposing sides. Got to capture their enemy zones.
Filippo now deciding to go a bit more aggressively against Semantic there. Semantic must be out of gadgets at this point as well. Can't really dash through the wall anymore, has to walk around it. Does find a connection though, he is standing in his zone for Esports, still with a great lead here, extending it even. Luki now falling to Drake, for Esports standing firmly in that left-hand side zone, and 20 seconds is all that's left for Humble to still flush them out.
I mean, it's not even going to last 20 seconds here. I'm pretty sure they've given up. FUT Esports going to take set number 2. Disappointing first game in this set, but 2 games afterwards come with a big redemption for FUT there. Huge plays from them, just altering their game plan every game, moving to the right, moving to the left, allowing Semantic to set up in different places. And after all that, Humble just seemed a bit confused with what was going on.
Sometimes creativity pays off. It didn't at all in the first game. Humble seemed to be fully in control of that set. Then for Esports kind of found their way into the game, just letting EUR&MENA and Rage play on that right-hand side alone. Semantic just dashing in, going down, but that doesn't even matter. He does collect some percentages. Every single time he does find a way into that left-hand side zone. Overall, I love to see when creative comps work out. Honestly, I love that they have been receiving a reward for that.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Chuck. We've barely seen him on Heist, never mind on other modes, but it's quite refreshing to see him being brought in and proving that he can work on certain maps. Pretty much only if you're being very kind of random about it, bringing in just the most random of places and surprising your opponents, I feel, because I don't think anybody will have really expected that to be coming in at that point. But Gold Arm Gulch possibly might be our last map of the season here, as FUT Esports are 2-0 up. Bans coming in at the Mandy, the Grom, and the Grey, and then Humble are going to ban out the Nanny, the Piper, so a couple of long-range brawlers and the Buster for a bit of close range.
Golden Gulch, one of those maps where I wouldn't expect a chuck, but for Esports, if you do it again, I don't mind it at this point. I wasn't really sure about it on Split, but if it's Rage that came up with that idea, props to you. Good job there. Humble has to answer now to a Sprout that comes out of FUT Esports. Don't mind that one. You do have a lot of control when you pick up a thrower here in Gold Arm Gulch. Certainly one of the best brawlers you can have here. We still have a tick open though, which usually is the pickup here as first. Why do you feel like FUT Esports prefers to Sprout?
Yeah, no, I don't have a clue, to be honest with you, because I think it's solid. But I mean, the Sprout is very good, don't get me wrong, it's a very solid pick on this map, blocking off certain avenues, and towards the late game it just allows you to push them out, keep them out of the way, and especially if you're recycling that Super as well, it's really solid. But Gene coming in, going to be able to pretty much get rid of that idea and pull through that wall is a very solid idea from Humble.
I don't even mind that one. We have seen Sprout popping off before, even when the Gene tries to pull that Sprout. If you push yourself away with your own wall, you can evade that pull quite quickly. So I don't mind that pick from the side of Humble. It does give them a lot of vision, which certainly helps on a map like Gold Arm Gulch. Coming in with an Eve now. All in all, just a very control-based comp from the side of Humble. Not something we are used to see that often at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Eve though. The babies coming in definitely provide a huge help in hand, and it's good to have them not against the Gene as well, because when you play in that Gene, if they spawn in, it's so hard to find a pull through all of that. Two very quick picks coming in from FUT Esports here. They got the Meg and the Shelly. Not my cup of tea, but I can understand why someone would like it.
I love that both Ark and you are definitely not fans from Maggot. They work out for VN. Let's see if it's also going to pop off for the side of Foot Esports here. Again, one of those comps we haven't really seen at all in this map. Not as surprising as a Chuck, but still something that Foot Esports tend to do. Something surprising even for us that have been casting the last 7 match days. I don't mind it, honestly. Luke coming out of the side of Humble now, I do love it. Against the Meg, it's going to have a great time just cycling super off of her. Against the Shelly, it's going to be a bit tougher. Helping the side of Humble more, though, if you decide to break up the map. I don't know if Shelly is actually my pick, my cup of tea, but at the same time, Humble can't really go in with a tank now, which would have helped in against the Sprout.
I love her adopting these like English phrases of like shabby and cup of tea.
I have 3 UKians over there, 3 British
The Brits are corrupting you at this point, corrupting the vocabulary. I love it. You see, I love the Lou as a brawler. I think it's very solid. But I think in a game mode like Knockout, we've seen it on this map a couple of times. Even against a Meg, it takes so long to charge that super up. And, you know, Drage, he's probably just going to try and stay out the way of the Lou. I'm going to say this, and then he's going to feed super instantly. I can guarantee it.
Let's see if he actually listens to Trev for once or not. Lou already with the super. Drage, you should take some lessons from Trev there. Freezing now, probably gets taken out of mech quite quickly. He does manage to heal up now though. And we have at the moment just a standoff here for Esports playing on the right hand side, Humble on the left side. Cyclone just trying to get a chain pull. This can be the changing key for the side of Humble here. If you have a chain pull, you can get a better head start. Lena with the ball now. Luke, he falls low, has to fall back though. With the hatchlings though, Humble is going to have an easy time going back in mid now.
It feels so weird seeing Lenane play a brawler like Sprout. It just doesn't feel right to see him on a brawler like this. Drage though going to have a bit of a tough time down here. One of the babies did jump straight at him and get some damage in. Super comes down from Semantic there. Just gets a few clay pigeon shots. Wall as well to block Lukey off. Stop that avenue. Pull comes in. Good knockback as well there from Cyclone to stop him from getting that super off. Now shots are coming through, but Foot is just not going to happen for them, I don't feel, unless Lane can clutch this up somehow, some way. And as sad as he is to see that baby jump into him, I'm just as sad as well because I'd have loved to see that clutch.
That would have been a great play also for the teleprompter. But yeah, Lenan Jens deciding to go into the smoke. He sees Felipe already has hypercharge, only needs a super now and gets a certain kill there out of that one. Right on the left-hand side, just trying to not feed Filippo anymore. Filippo don't have super now though, gets the stun on Drage. Stun. Actually, double chime, falling out of Mecha and also falling overall. 3v2 situation now for the side of Humble.
Yeah, much better for Humble in this one than the previous sets. Lenane coming forward now, trying to find some shots onto Lukey, but Semantic on the brink of being stunned here. Baby comes in, Paul going to be missed there, but I don't think it's going to matter. He's so low, and it's 3v1 yet again. Lenane, he knows he can't win this one, going to give up, and that's going to be the first game of Knockout going to Humble.
Interesting to see overall how Foot Esports decided to split up the brawlers. As you said, we're not used to seeing Lena and Sprout. At the same time, back to Clash times, he was one of the best Sprouts in EU. Then Semantic not on his Megmontic and Rage on the Meg instead. Very interesting. Doesn't seem to work out so far, but maybe they just didn't quite know how to attack Humble at the moment. Not feeding the Gene and Blue right from the get-go definitely is a wise advice here from the side of Trev.
Well, I mean, not feeding definitely helps. Band-Aid already going to be there from Semantic. Popped pretty much instantly. Lenane's going to get the kill there as well. Gives them advantage for the first time here in this set. And Semantic looking for some clay pigeon shots on Surf. Cyclone actually does get a lot, but falls himself and now evens it out. Can't get the kill either. Lenane even thought he guaranteed himself that kill. Filippo in a bit of a tough position now. Both walled out away from each other.
What?
Yeah, nah. Like, how do you even lose this? How do you lose it?
I don't know. I thought Cyclone would fall there at the start. In the end, it's Semantic falling. Lena over-aggressing with that Sprout. And now Filippo and Cyclone already have their super. Drage has his and still tries his best there, knowing that he can't do any harm here with feeding them. But in the end, it's of course going to be Humble coming out of the top of that one. But Foot Esports kind of all over the place in that one. What happened there?
Should have been a guaranteed win, really, but a bit of over-aggression from two of the players, I feel. Semantic trying to guarantee himself a kill, and Lenane just overextending himself as well. Baby's now spawning through, the parasites rolling in. Lukey just heals up. Semantic can't find that connection to get the kill and blow, and now a wall does come down. Lene should be able to step forwards a bit. Samantha's going to come in with the hypercharge, get some damage down. Super once more, but the clay pigeon goes to the left, and he goes down as well. 2v2, but this isn't a position Foot should be losing.
Rage was almost there for the body block though. Imagine if Semantic actually would have survived this one. But for the Esports, still in the favorable position here, standing strong in mid. Cyclone without a pull at the moment, does get the pull out on Rage. Gadgets trying to stay alive there. Rage falls in the end. Again, it's Lena alone. 1v2 situation, gets a wall just in time. Luki jumping over it. Can Lena still clutch this one? Another wall coming down, saving himself from the hatchlings with another salve of hatchlings coming in. Lena has given up. Not able to clutch that one, and Humble with their first set taken. It's a 2-1 now. Humble looked a lot stronger in that one, or was it for the Esports kind of getting a bit too confident?
Did they that much stronger, or was it just Foot playing terribly? I think it was Foot playing terribly, to be honest with you. They had moments where they definitely should have won rounds. Both of those last two that we did just watch, I feel, should have gone the way of Foot Esports. First one, I could understand it, right? Humble just seemed a bit better, but in that second game, Foot just did not look like them past two sets.
I agree with you. They didn't look like themselves. I kind of hate that they didn't make the mech work, so you finally swing the side of mech actually being a good brawler. But in the end, I also did say that this is going to be a close match, and finally Humble is showing some moments where they can actually sway a set their way. I can't even tell you what it was in the end. I kind of preferred the draft from Humble, but I also have to agree with you that for the Esports just wasn't looking like themselves.
Well, double swoosh is going to be the possible, yet again, the possible decider, possible last set of the season, because it is still 2-1 to Foot Esports after all, but Humble do seem to have still a bit of a chance in this game. The Stu, the Nita, and the Grey bands from the side of Foot Esports, Lou, Crow, and Sandy from Humble.
Lou this time banned out by the side of Humble. Definitely wise as Foot don't have the first pick. Gonna go with the Shelly instead. Also not something we have seen today quite that often. Banned out very often, but not really picked up, especially not in double swoosh. I don't recall any moment where I've seen her there. We still have a lot of options now open for the side of Humble. They certainly have to go with some tank counters, because if they don't go with them, I do see Foot coming out with a very aggressive comp there, pairing it up with the Shelly. Would definitely be something we would expect from the side of Foot.
Amazing. I mean, that's just not for me. Yeah, again, it's just really not for me. The M's I like, it works. I feel like both of them are just trying to prevent Jackie picks coming in here, to be honest with you, because the Jackie's been so good on this map over the past couple of game days that, you know, you've kind of got to pick against it before it even comes in, especially if you don't have it banned out. So Foot Esports do have the next picks. Do they go for that? Do they go for a Buster? Do they go for a Jackie and just send it? Or do they just play a bit of a counter to it as well?
I mean, I asked for 10 counters. I got 2, but not the 2 I expected at all. Colette's still open, Cordelia's still open, and they decide to go with Ems and Maisie instead. Cordelia's going to come out instead for the side of Foot Esports. Very wise choice there, is they can't really go up with a tank anymore. They just go with a tank counter themselves. They have 2 very speedy brawlers in their hands now. Both Shelly and Cordelia, 2 of the fastest brawlers we have in the game. Then paired with that Jessie that can always just place some turrets behind walls to evade any potential danger coming in of Maisie. And we did see that matchup yesterday as well. Maisie against the Jessie. I'm scared for Humble, deciding to go with a 3rd tank counter now. Is it going to be enough though?
Who do you play mid here? Do you play Maisie mid?
Yeah.
I don't like it then. I do like I like this Foot comp. I mean, Shelly, yes, they picked it first. Not the hugest fan of it. Clay Pigeon can make some good use, but without a tank, I just feel like it becomes that bit more useless. Not useless, but less useful, I should probably say. Jessie, we've seen it. We've liked it at some points. Cordelia's always like that, but overall, I think Foot Esports just have a bit more well-rounded comp.
You're quite funny. I hope you know that.
I do know that.
Good. This is going to be our potential last set here. If Foot Esports manages to take the win home this time around, Humble might be on a way, though, on a roll here. If they can take the momentum from Goldarm Gulch into this one, they might be able to prolong it. Rage already with 3 gems, though. Here, Filippa and Luki both need to take care on the left-hand side. Lena single-handedly distracting both of them.
Yeah, well, Cyclone getting some ground down this right side. Ooh, I think he auto-aimed that super there over to Filippo. Could have possibly got Luki out of the way and got that gem back to the side, but just going to retreat, go for some heals, and land directly onto Luki, actually. I like that decision. He knew when he was going to be coming out of that and went directly for it, but he's let Filippo gain some ground on Drage, and the same thing's happening over the other side.
And that's why we see EUR&MENA more often on tanks than on a Sprout, right? He just decides to go in aggressively when others would just fall back to not risk their lives. Great shots coming in from Rage now. Filippo falls low, still standing in the opponent's side bushes though, giving Luki some time to collect some gems. We actually now pretty equal, 5 to 4 gems. And the next one popping out of the mine just now, it's equal.
Yeah, nice from Luki there as well. It's the double knockback, I think. And Lenane going to come back in, go towards Lenane. No, I mean, Lenane going to... I'm losing it. It's too late in the season for this. Lenane going towards Cyclone and actually going down, but he did manage to grab a super along the way.
Humble now firmly standing in mid there with a lot of control. Semantic and Filippo trail off on the left-hand side. Cyclone falling there as well, leaving Luki alone, and that's the moment that Esports can strike back there, collecting some gems again for their side. Luki still playing it very aggressively though, still full health, dodging those shots from Drage. Humble only needs one more gem now.
Yeah, well, Drage has this super, places it down, goes with the slow, but didn't get anything from it. I mean, Hypercharge came out from Semantic and he found nothing either. Good super coming through though. Lenane's going to go forward, get the kill. And Luki, I think he just super before he even came out of it. Lenane going to be able to grab those gems and retreat with the jump. Not going to be able to pick any mushrooms. He's not in that shadow realm. Filippo uses Hypercharge in the turret. Make sure he's still low, ready for Semantic.
I'm speechless. Why would you go in there? Luki losing all of the gems to EUR&MENA. And we're going to have 16, now 17 gems on the name of Esports. They claim this game and make the next one the match point. What happened there? I thought Humble would have this one in the bag.
I mean, I think he used his super just before Lenane came out of the Shadow Realm, and I think that's what it was. He kind of just evaded it perfectly for the side of Esports there. Just managed to grab those gems and get out as well. So really nice stuff from Lenane, but it does seem like a bit of a mistake from the side of Humble rather than Foot playing well, because Humble should have had that in the bag.
They kind of handed it on to them, really. Esports should not have won that one. Oh, let's see who gets the better start off. It's going to be Drage again, picking up the first 3 gems for Esports. With the lead now, EUR&MENA again taking Filippo into Shadow Realm, getting a super quite early there, and again just playing it so aggressively, coming out, gets the double cake down. Very well played from Esports, already with 5 gems now.
I mean, same thing happens again. Cyclone uses his gadget and doesn't get anything from it. Lenane going towards Cyclone again, going to grab some heals and not take him down before. Now he does survive that one narrowly, but Luki can't find the connection. Still not either. Has the super. Lenane, he's going to see it coming and jump over it if he gets anywhere near, though.
EUR&MENA, definitely the MVP. What can you say more here? Taking Luki into Shadow Realm now, healing up with the mushrooms. Doesn't even need to take him down, as he knows Drage will be able to claim some more gems. 7-2 now. Luki in quite a precarious position there, gets shot onto by EUR&MENA and Semantic. They get a triple takedown. Their gem carry has been falling. EUR&MENA picking up those last few though. The countdown already there for Esports.
Choosing to go for that last gem as well instead of just staying in the back and allowing Semantic to survive as well. But I mean, this is over. It's anticlimactic end to the season, Sonny. But Foot Esports are going to take this one 3-1. Humble going to fall in the set of double swoosh here. They're going to take it. Foot Esports already guaranteed themselves the same as Humble to the challenge finals. So a massive congratulations to both of them. But Foot Esports are victorious in this one and will take the highest seeding.
Congratulations to Foot Esports getting that seed in and taking the win over Humble in the end. 3-1. Who would have thought, Ark?
Solid stuff. Really, really nice done from Foot Esports, ending out the season on a high. And again, as like last season's runners-up, would definitely be a great thing for them to be going into the challenge finals looking as strong as they are. Great drafts as you thoroughly expect from them. I mean, Drage again really is the mastermind behind it. But for me, Heist as well, super exciting to watch just Drage tapping on that cult consistently so. And the Bull, as I know, Banks, you've been wanting to see the return of, finally we get to see Lenane popping up with it.
Exactly. I've been waiting with bated breath for the Bull, and there he is. With that, the challenge season has concluded. Foot Esports go out in style, and you know what? Congratulations all around. It's been a fantastic way to end the challenge season. What an amazing day. Let's bring it back, as we always do. Let's go to, you know, that comfortable win for Foot straight off the bat on Heist. And the Chuck pick that we were all like, oh no, here we go again. But didn't really make an impact. Foot managed to have a counter for it almost every time. Trav, what was going through your mind when you saw that Chuck pick on Heist?
I mean, I think the thing is, like, they always had a player on defense who can deal with it, right? Nanny or Bull can tap him up really quickly and get him down. And even at that, they didn't even need to defend him if they, like, with a Colt and Nanny and a Bull, there's so much damage that they're going to be able to pour out on the opponent's safe. So if they need to leave a Chuck, they can, and if they need to defend him, they can do that as well.
And then what happened? We moved on to Hot Zone, and then Chuck appeared again. Something that we haven't seen at all throughout the entire challenge season. Semantic on Chuck, on Hot Zone, and it actually paid off. You were saying, you know, both of you were saying, Sonny, Trav, you were saying at the top of that game before we went in, is this really going to work? I mean, only time will tell. And funnily enough, it was quite a cool strat, Sonny.
I love when creativity pays off in the end. More often than not this season, it didn't really, as we had some shifts in the meta. Some teams really tried to show us something new. It didn't always work out, so I'm really happy for Esports that it did this time around. Also that Semantic tried to set up everything on the left-hand side at the start, then changing up the strat in the second and third game, and it actually does work out. So they had multiple different ideas for the same exact comps, which I absolutely love to see.
A sweep then was on the cards for Foot as we went into knockout, and then I feel like overconfidence got the better of them a little bit. They were making some silly plays and just overreached, and Humble made them pay for it, Ark.
I mean, you know, I said it yesterday, right, when we were playing against Reply Totem. For me, for Esports, like, weakest mode actually is kind of knockout. Because, like, they thrive off the back of kind of aggression and, you know, often when you're not having to worry about your lives that much and you can play the objective like in Heist or in others, you know, it's kind of more rewarding to be able to go on those aggressive plays. And, yeah, I mean, Humble, you know, just had a bit of an open door there to slow down the pace and bring things back. And I think that's where Foot, though, again, just able to really demonstrate their perseverance. With their amount of experience now, like when they are able to drop a set here and there, they tend to then come back together stronger and do come back and make those turnaround moments. And you know, I had high hopes for Humble, regardless here today. I think that this season has been their best showing throughout this entire journey for them, and I've still got very high hopes for them leading into the challenge finals.
Indeed. Now, as we talk about those challenge finals, we can now have a quick look at the graphic that shows us the qualified teams after the challenge season has concluded. This is how it stands. Are we extremely surprised? Are we, I mean, who would you have subbed in, subbed out? I'm sure that going into this opening part of the season, you would have at least thought that SK, Zeta, and Reply Totem even had a shot, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, in my mind, I know that one team that I thought was at the top had to miss out. I didn't think, you know, 3 of the people I thought would be there weren't, and all been replaced by some very, very capable teams. But it's sad to see that those big 3 teams are not going to be in the challenge finals.
We like to see them chop and change. It kind of gives them that grit, that determination for coming into next time or possibly even the following season. But if you've managed to miss any of these matches from the season, I can't believe it, but you have the opportunity to catch up on all the highs, the lows, the memes, and his face. Coming up on @ESL Mobile on your chosen social media platform. Just make sure you give us a follow, and you can keep up to date with everything leading into those all-important challenge finals that will be coming very shortly to your screens. It really is going to kick off, and I'm going to need you all on your top, you know, on top form coming into those challenge finals, especially in the chat. We need some very positive, very encouraging chat comments, like we always do. MVP of the tournament is something I'd really like to talk about right now. Just quickly, I'd like to have a brief MVP player of the tournament off the top of your head. I'll kick us off because I think that if we're taking every single match into consideration, especially those opening three days of the challenge season, I'll have to give it to Lenan for me personally. Obviously, towards the tail end of the challenge season, maybe not as much individual prowess. You know, his teammates were really putting in a great shift, especially like you've been saying, Drage being the mastermind, the brain behind the team. But Ark, I'll come to you first. Who are you thinking as an MVP of the challenge season?
It's a real tough one. I can mention names that I guarantee are going to get picked up next as well, but I'm going to go with Pekka for Nouns. I've really loved his aggressive play style, and he just brings the brawlers to the table that, for me, can just have those just brawlies, massively exciting moments. The Mortis, the Cordelius, just the Fangs, everything for me about his playstyle excites me. But I won't mention the other names because I know that they're going to come up next. But certainly, it's not an easy question to answer.
Trav, what about yourself? I asked the difficult questions on purpose, guys. You know, you're the experts.
I'll keep it short and sweet, and that's probably one of the names you were going to mention. Chaos.
Ooh, look at that shot.
I had you down as another one. Yeah, interesting. No, but you're right. You are right.
I'd say more towards the tail end of the challenge season. He's definitely showed up for SK Gaming. So, yeah, a fair shout. Sorry. What about yourself, Sonny?
Yeah, it's such a tough question, honestly. I have to mention Pekka as well, because I didn't really know Nouns Esports coming into this, and they have been popping off from this get-go. Bit of a weaker week this week, but other than that, I don't know. I'm a big fan of Nouns Esports now. Pekka really stood, yeah.
I want to say
An honourable
Outstanding
mention of Filippo.
I was ready to say honourable mention as well, yeah, because but I think that really does sum up really well. I mean, all those guys, all those players have been phenomenal this season. It's been so enjoyable to watch that amount of aggression come to the table. They're all very similar players. You know, they bring the excitement of those rosters really, and the Brawler picks are just very, very much what we want to see on the big screen. So yeah, huge congratulations to all those guys, because they've made it such an enjoyable challenge season, and looking forward to the challenge finals. You know, there's plenty more to come.
Indeed there is. For all you viewers at home who are interested in watching the Challenge Finals, which I hope you would be, they will be taking place on the 9th and 10th of December. So just make sure you put that in your diary so that you can check out all of the action and keep up to date with everything that's going on. And of course, follow us on socials as well. And you know what? I got to say a little honourable mention. Gero, I thought we had a few fantastic days of competition. Obviously, we could sit here and mention names throughout for the eternity. Go on. Rama, exactly. I mean, there's plenty. Everyone's played fantastic. And this is why this is the top 8 teams from the region. So, as we kind of close out the challenge season, Sunny, I'd like to say, you know, from what you've seen over all these days that you've been taking part here, who do you think is going to really bring the pain in the challenge finals? I kind of want a little prediction. Don't worry, I'm not going to hold you to it throughout challenge finals, but who do you think looks the strongest going into those finals?
To me, the team that is not only having some of the strongest players, but is also looking very, very good, very consistent in their draft, is still Fit Esports, that has been showing off in every single category we talked about. Composure, adaptation, all those big words that we were throwing around with in the last few days. They kind of tick the box in every single one.
Okay. Well, you know what, Trav? It's always a pleasure to work with you, mate. You know, you've mentioned yesterday, as you and Ark have both mentioned, that, you know, this challenge season itself has been one of the most unpredictable and eventful so far. So do you feel like the challenge finals is going to be the same?
Oh, I think I'd side with Sunny, and I think for Esports the definite favourites going into it. But then again, I think it's all going to matter on like who does well at Worlds, because if someone doesn't do well at Worlds, then they're going to be pretty annoyed with the team, aren't they? Really, so they might have a bit of a bad day. And I mean, you know, I think it's going to be pretty unpredictable itself. Yeah.
Ooh, of course, for those of you who don't know, between now and the challenge finals, we've got Worlds. And it's going to be absolutely amazing to see what these teams bring. Ark, most importantly, have you had fun?
When have I not had fun? I mean, come on. It's been so enjoyable, honestly. I mean, you know, many a time we've discussed it, you've asked me questions on it, and I've said, like, this was the most unpredictable season we've ever had. I think I stand by that. I thoroughly believe that, you know, that has been the case. But in a way, that's what's made it so enjoyable and so great. Because, you know, teams like Humble are proving us wrong, coming forwards in the way that they have. And, you know, again, when we looked at the screen and the overlay as to who's made it and who hasn't, honestly, maybe the exception of Foot. I mean, either side, I gave Team Queso a really hard time, but they, at the beginning, were a favourite for me, as were SK, as was Zeta, of course, for good reason. It could have easily been the other way around in every sense, but nonetheless, that's what I think makes Brawl Esports so great, and what makes Snapdragon Pro Series so great is because it just brings players into a new realm of greatness, and I mean, I can never be unhappy with that.
Fair point, Ark. Well, I guess there's nothing left to say. Then thank you so much for joining us and watching the challenge season. Of course, Ark, Trav, and Sunny, you've been absolutely fantastic to work with, as always. Your hand is up. You good?
I want to say thank you as well. It's been a blast casting with those two beautiful co-casters, and then with this phenomenal host that I've worked with for the first time, and I have to say, Banks is really doing his job so well. So thank you for taking me in, the 3 Brits.
Yes, that is right. And also, of course, thank you to production for all of your incredibly hard work. And look at this amazing set. You've created such an amazing show, and we're all so happy to be a part of it. Of course, thank you to all the players. You've been competing absolutely your hearts out, and it's been fantastic to see. But the hard work does not stop there, because there's still $39,000 on the line in the challenge finals, and only one of you can be crowned champion. But of course, most of all, thank you so much to all the viewers for supporting your favorite teams throughout the challenge season. We cannot wait to see what the challenge finals brings. But before that, my name is Barney, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard. in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you I gotta get it, I'm on the mission. Snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how